Now we are heading into the technical session 5, which will be handled by Dr. Smita Jesdasan, Associate Professor of Finance, St. Francis Institute of Management and Research, Mumbai. Now I request Dr. Sagayaraj, Department of Commerce, to honor our resource person with a shawl and memento.
ட்ராக் பண்ணாங்க பார்த்துக்கோங்க. இது என்ன போகுது சரியா டிஸ்டர்ப் பண்ணாங்க.
Now I call upon Mr. Alto from 2nd MCom to introduce our resource person.
Good morning to everyone. It's a great pleasure for me to introduce our resource person for session 6, Dr. Smita Jesdasan, Associate Professor of Finance at St. Francis Institute of Management and Research, Mumbai. She is also IQAC, NAC and MBA coordinator. She has taken various responsibilities as Chief Editor, Faculty Coordinator, Organizing Committee Member, Examiner and Paper Setter, Approved Project Guide for MBA and Member of Board of Studies in Commerce, St. Agnes College, Mangalore. She received the Best Paper Award from our college in 2011, the Best Research Award from St. Francis Institute of Management, Mumbai 2015, and she also received several awards. She has nearly published 20 articles. She has applied for grants from funding agencies for her projects. She has acted as a resource speaker for faculty development programs. We are also delighted to have you as a resource person. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Alto. Over to you, ma'am.
Good morning to each and everyone. I am Dr. Smita Jesdasan. I do not know how that prefix I got added. It's Dr. Smita Jesdasan. I am an associate professor at St. Francis Institute of Management and Research. Actually, I am privileged to say that I am an alumnus of St. Joseph's College. I did my PhD in Commerce from St. Joseph's College, Trichy. My guide was Dr. Joseph Xavier. So I'm really happy to be here again after 9 years. I completed my PhD in 2014 and now it's 2023. So I'm happy to be back on the same auditorium. Okay. So coming to the theme of the conference, that is Digital India. Digital India, as we all know, was launched in 2015 by Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji. And later we also have the various sustainable development goals. And we have seen various conferences going on towards sustainability, environmental friendly practices and climate change. and also the recently MEP 2020 launched also considers the inclusivity in the environment, inclusivity in academic practices and policies. So all these things put together, the theme of the conference is very inspiring and it is remarkable. So on this very note, let us continue further. So here now, first let us glance about the Sustainable Development Goals. I'm sorry, I do not know Tamil, so I will be speaking only in English. So here, now when we say SDGs, I'm not going to talk much about Digital India because yesterday I saw during the paper presentations, many of you have spoken about the schemes of Digital India, the performance of the schemes. You have conducted various primary studies and secondary data. So I have skipped those slides from my presentation and I'll be focusing only on Sustainable Development Goals and how has the Digital India contributed to SDG in India. So here, now when we talk about Sustainable Development Goals, we have to focus on the United Nations. So this SDG was launched by United Nations with a set of 17 goals, 169 targets and with 193 member nations. And it was decided at the United Nations New York Summit in 2014. And it was formulated due to the Millennium Development Goals set in 2000. So the Millennium Development Goals set in 2000 focused on a 15-year period. And the United Nations saw that sufficient progress was done with respect to Millennium Development Goals, and then they sought out to bring further improvement in sustainability and environment, and hence the SDG came into existence in 2015 with ultimate outcome being seen in 2030. That is 7 years now to be achieved more. So accordingly we have 17 goals. So goals 1 to 6 are social in nature, 7 to 11 are economic, 12 to 15 are environmental, 16 deals with peaceful society and 17 deals with global partnership. Now this is here again the various icons of the development goals. Now if you see in the previous slide, we had goals 1 to 6 which are social in nature. So accordingly we have the no poverty, zero hunger, good health, well-being, quality education, gender equality, clean water and sanitation. Now all these goals are framed from the society impact perspective, so hence they are social goals. Going back again, we have goals 7 to 11 which are economic in nature. So presenting on the slide, we have goal 7, affordable and clean energy, goal 8, decent work and economic growth, 9, industry, innovation and infrastructure, 10, reduce inequalities, 11, sustainable cities and communities. Next, we have goal 12 to 15 which are environment in nature, and accordingly we have 12, responsible consumption and production, 13, climate change, 14, life below water, 15, life on land, 16, which is peaceful society, and 17, which are global partnership. So accordingly, all these 17 goals are framed taking into consideration environment, society, climate, and collaboration perspective. So here, the sustainable development, all the 17 goals are present on 5 important premises. They are people, planet, prosperity, peace and partnership. So the entire 17 goals are based on these 5 P's. Now, let us consider the performance of various countries globally in the 2023 index, Sustainable Index. Now, this index is released by United Nations and it is available on their website. The links are also presented in the presentation. So those who want to use this data for further analysis, for further writing research papers, can make use of those links. So here, accordingly, we have the 2023 data for SDG globally. So if you see Finland, okay, now Finland is a Nordic country. It's in the European Union. We have Sweden, we have Denmark. So these three are the Nordic countries in the European Union who have been performing very well. So accordingly, if you see their scores, they have 86.8, 86.0, 85.7 respectively. So accordingly, they have been given ranks 1, 2, 3. Now, whenever a score nears 100, okay, we follow the principle of higher the better. So whenever a score reaches 100, they are supposed to be performing better. And when the score is approaching 0 or closer to 0, their performance is very poor. And there are areas for improvement. So accordingly, if you see the top 10 countries, Finland, Sweden, Denmark, Germany, Austria, France, Norway, Poland, Estonia, all these countries are in the European Union. We do not have America here in the list, our favorite country, where we always aspire to go, isn't it? America is nowhere in the list. All the 10 countries are in the European Union. Now let us see what is the position of India. We're talking about digital India, isn't it? So we should know where does India stand globally. Look at our rank. Our rank is 112. And how many countries? We saw it on first slide. How many countries? 193. And what is the position of India? 112. And look at our score, 63.4. We still have to achieve a lot. The figures look bad, but we are on the path to progress. Please remember, when we talk about these 10 countries, they are developed nations. And we are developing. So we have yet to reach there. Yes? Now, just look at these interpretation because I'll be presenting the next value. So just remember what do these colors stand for. Now when you say green, green means the goal is achieved. When you say yellow, it means that there are challenges. When you say orange, there are significant challenges. When you say red, there are major challenges. And when you say grey, there is insufficient data. So hence they could not compute the ratios or metrics for that particular goal or for that particular target or indicator. Okay. Now this entire data has been taken. So this is the reference citation. Okay. You all can use it for later. Okay. Now again there are certain images. Okay. Now if you see there is a green color arrow going upwards. So it's on track. So the target is being maintained. And then we have upward incline arrow, okay, at 45-degree angle. So this shows that it's moderately increasing. And then we have a straight arrow which says that the growth is stagnant. And then we have a downward red color arrow which says that the growth is declining. Okay. So please make note of these indicators, make note of these color codes, because these color codes and these indication arrows will be required for the next 2-3 slides. Okay, so now here this entire data is available on the SDG website, but I have taken only few necessary countries for comparison. Okay, so now if you see I have taken Finland. What's the reason I have taken Finland? Because it's the best performing country in SDG in 2023. Okay, so I have taken Finland and it belongs to the group OECD, that is Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. There are 37 countries that belong to this association. And you see various 17 goals. Okay. So now here, what did color green indicate? Can anyone tell me?
Goal is achieved.
Yes. Correct. When we saw green, what did it say? The goal is achieved. So if you look at the status of Finland, the goal is achieved with regard to no poverty, quality education, clean energy, isn't it? It has achieved 100% in 3 SDG goals. Correct? Now let us look at United States. We did not find US, United States of America in the top 10. What is the position of United States? Are the values visible? The values are visible behind. What is the rank of United States? The rank of United States is 39 and it has a score of 75.9. Okay? And look what goals it has achieved. Does it have any green color here? Does it have any green color? No. So it has not achieved any SDG goals in 2023. But look at, we always think as United States of America as a highly developed nation. Yes? But still, look at the red color code. Do you see the red color code? What does red color code indicate? That they have various challenges, isn't it? And it has red color codes with respect to SDG 10, that is reduce inequality. Now when you say reduce inequality, it means that US does not have an inclusive environment. Correct? They have yet to focus on an inclusive environment. Discrimination does exist in US. Correct? So we talk about discrimination in India, there is discrimination even in US too. And then we have SDG 12, that is consumption and production, dealing with the manufacturing sector. And then we have SDG 13, that is climate action. We have SDG 15, that is life on land. And then 16 and 17. So many goals have not been fulfilled with respect to US, United States of America. Now similarly, let us take our Asian region, our Asian subcontinent. What is the first country there? Thailand, isn't it? All of us think of going to a vacation to Thailand, Bangkok, because it's a cheaper destination going abroad, isn't it? But here, look at the performance. The score is 74.7 with a ranking of 43. And if you take all the Asian continents, Thailand, a small nation, is performing much better than India, China, Pakistan. A small country, but the performance to SDG is much better than other nations. Next, look at Bhutan. Bhutan is famous for its happiness index. It does not consider much of GDP, but it considers happiness index. And accordingly, look at the score. The score is 72.3 and the rank is also 61. It's performing much better than India and China. Now, look at China's rank. China is 63. 50% of the countries, isn't it? And India is 112. Now, let us focus on India, because the theme of the conference is Digital India, so let us focus on it. Now, if you see India, look at the number of reds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 and 9. 9 goals, isn't it? And how many SDGs do we have? And how many goals are not fulfilled? How many goals, how many red boxes? 9. We still have to achieve progress for 9 SDG goals. Okay? We still have a long way to go. Yes? So, first thing students, European countries are performing much better than US, first thing. Second, Thailand, a small nation, is performing much better than its counterparts of India, China, Pakistan. China is also ahead of India. Bhutan is also ahead of India. But surprisingly, we have only one glory to say, Pakistan is behind India. That is our saving grace. Okay? Yes. Let us proceed. Okay. Now here students, these are the various regions and the various continents. We have Asia, we have America, we have OECD, we have low income group, we have the upper middle income group countries. So accordingly, the scores for the various regions are present. So if you see Eastern Europe, okay, Eastern Europe has an index of 71.8, and if you see OECD countries, okay, the score is 77.8. So when a score reaches 100, that particular region is performing better. As I told you, OECD has 37 democracies and it's an organization for economic cooperation and development. Okay? So that region is performing much better. Now, if you take the low income countries, low income, what is the index? 50.7. And what is the index of high income countries? The index of high income countries is 78.2. So can you see the disparity? Low income countries are performing very poor, but the high income countries are performing much better with respect to sustainable development goals. Now here students, have a look at East and South Asia. What is the value? 67.2. And when you compare it with low income countries, that is 50.7. So Asia is much better than the low income countries. Yes? Now here important highlighting points are the red checkered boxes, because those goals have not been achieved and they are at the bottom of the pyramid. So we have to achieve much with respect to those goals. Now here, this is a line graph with respect to the countries for comparison. I have considered here Finland because it is the first country for SDG, and then have considered United States, Thailand, Bhutan, China and India. Okay, so if you see India is at the trend line is at the lowest, isn't it? Yes. So again, this is a live chart which can formulate once you select the index of SDG score. You go to the United Nations website, select the metric sustainable development score, and this live chart gets generated. Okay? You just have to select the countries, you have to select the metrics. The live chart gets generated on its own. Okay? Yes. So here, all these countries are performing better than India. Now, let's take some important highlights. We have seen 3 slides. First one, position of India in comparison to Finland and various neighboring countries of Asian region. We have seen the region-wise scores based on income, based on geographical distance. So based on these 3 slides, let us look at some key highlights. What the first key highlight? That none of the goals will be achieved by 2030. 2015, the SDG goals was formulated, and by 2030, the report says none of the goals will be achieved because we have had major important crises. One is the pandemic. India, we are in a much better position, but worldwide, pandemic is in its 3rd year of crisis. We have the Ukraine war going on, and there is a climate change crisis going on, and next there is a food, energy and an uncertainty crisis going on. So because of these 4 important factors worldwide, none of the SDG goals will be achieved. only less than 20% of the goals will be achieved. Next, there is a gap in SDG outcomes between high and low income countries. Did you see this in the previous slide? Did we see here? The high income countries had a score of 78.2 and low income countries had a score of 50.7. So there is a wider gap between the scores of high income countries and low income countries. Now, which goals have been achieved? They have achieved access to key infrastructure, that is coming under SDG 6, water and sanitation, SDG 7, clean energy, SDG 9, industry, innovation and infrastructure. So these major SDG goals have been achieved as of date, based on the data of 2023. Now, these have to be achieved because they are red checkered boxes. SDG 2, SDG 3, SDG 14 and 15, SDG 12 and SDG 16. So they are dealing with hunger, health outcomes, marine biodiversity, urban pollution and peaceful society. So these major goals worldwide, all the countries have to focus upon to improve the performance for SDG 2030. Next. Now, let us look at the highlights of the report of 2022. Till now, we presented the key findings for 2023. So let us see years ago how did we perform, was there any improvement? Now here, India ranked 121 out of 163 countries and it ranked 117 in 120 and it ranked 120 in 2021. Do you see the figures? Have we slipped or have we moved up? Have we slipped or have we moved up? When you look at the ranks, 117 and 121, isn't it? We were ranked 117 in 2020 and in 2022 we were ranked 121. So we have slipped by how many ranks downward? We have moved 4 ranks downward. But are we better off in 2023? What was India's rank in 2023? Can anyone tell me? We saw it in the previous slides. What is India's rank in 2023? 112. Isn't it? So though there was a change, we are much better off in 2023. Yes? Isn't this good news? Next. The SDG Index 2022 again is topped by 3 Nordic countries, Finland, Denmark, Sweden and Norway. Okay? So this we have seen even in the 2023 report. So they have managed to maintain their status in 2022 and 2023 as well. East and South Asian region has performed much better than other regions in the report. Bangladesh and Cambodia, now these two are developing countries, they have progressed most in SDG since 2015, and Venezuela, which was once an oil-rich country and now which is having hyperinflation, they have not performed better with respect to the SDG index, but their performance has declined since 2015. So Venezuela is the only country whose performance has declined. Okay? So now we have seen all the slides with respect to the world index. We know the position of India of 112. We know the goals where India has not achieved in comparison to countries. So this is based on the United Nations SDG reports. Now let's see what India has to say. So we have Niti Aayog, which releases the reports for SDG index. The baseline report came out in 2018 and it has seen two versions, 2.0 and 3.0. Okay. The website also keeps on updating regularly. They give the index of India on a whole, plus they release the scores of the performance of states and union territories. Okay. So here we have the color codes again. Fortunately or unfortunately, I do not know, the color codes are not the same. Yes? So we have to rework our brains again to analyze the codes. Okay? So the color codes are not the same as United Nations. So here, now if you see a blue color code, the blue color code says it is achieved. If you see a green color code, it's a front runner and it scores between 65 to 99. If you have a yellow color code, they are performers and the score is between 50 to 64. And we have a red color code who are aspirants and their score is between 0 to 49. So if you go on an incremental basis, at the bottom level we have the red color code who are aspirants with a range scoring from 0 to 49. When we move upwards, we have performers with score 50 to 64. And then we have front runners 65 to 99. And then we have achievers with the overall score 100 who are at the topmost of the pyramid. Okay. So now here if you see, this is the score of India. So the SDG score of India released by Niti Aayog is 66. Okay. So this is not the global position. This is the position of India released by an Indian organization. Okay. So the score is 66. And now we have the various SDGs. These are 17 columns here representing 17 SDG goals. Correct? Now if you see SDG 1, it's an yellow box. Okay? And what does the yellow box represent? It's a performer. Then if you have SDG 2, it's a red checkered box. So here this goal has to be focused on. SDG 2. Similarly, we have SDG 5, which has a score of 48. Again, it's a red checkered box. So we have to focus on goals which are red checks. So here we have two goals that India has to focus on. That is SDG 2 and SDG 5. So if you look at the status of these goals for the year 2021 and 2022, how it has performed over the years. Now if you see SDG 1, the status has remained. So you can say it is stagnant because the score is the same for both the 2 years. It is 60-60. Okay. Next. And the data has been taken from this link. Now, let us look at the performance of the states and union territories based on the SDG 2022 data. Now here, when we saw the previous slide, where any of the bars highlighted in blue, none of the bars were highlighted in blue. So that's the reason we do not have any achiever. But here, we have a front runner and we have a performer. And look at the performance of the states. Now, these states are not based on performance of the scores. They are just given in alphabetical order. So what is the performance of the state and union territory? Let us look at the slides yet to come. So here, If you see the front runners, we have Andaman and Nicobar Islands, Andhra Pradesh, Chandigarh, Delhi, Goa, Gujarat, Haryana, Himachal Pradesh, Jammu, Karnataka, Lakshadweep, Maharashtra, Pondicherry, Punjab, Tamil Nadu, yes, Telangana, Tripura, Uttarakhand. So all these states are performing much better. They just have to reach the achiever stage. Then we have performers who are in stage 3. Arunachal Pradesh, Assam, Bihar, Chhattisgarh, TamilNadu, Jharkhand, Madhya Pradesh, Manipur, Meghalaya, Nagaland, Orissa, Rajasthan, Uttar Pradesh and West Bengal. So these are all the states who are in the performance stage. Do we have anything in aspirant? No. We have only goals who are in red check. But do we have any states and union territories with the red highlight? No. So we are much better off, isn't it? Okay. Now here, this is the SDG index of 2021. Okay. Again, look at the various states. I'm not going to read them out, just glance at the data. Again, we do not have any state or union territory in achiever stage. We do not have any state or union territory in the aspirant stage. Okay. Now, what are the highlights? Okay. Again, these highlights are taken from the Niti Aayog report of 2021. Now here, the India score, it has upgraded to 66. The earlier score was 60 in 2019-20 and it was 57 in 2018-19. So India's performance also has increased. Now, which are the states who are performing much better? We have Kerala and Chandigarh. These are the top performing states for SDG. And which are the worst performing states and union territories? Bihar, Jharkhand and Assam. These are the worst performing states based on the SDG score as per the Niti Aayog report. Now, which goals are well performed? They are well performed in goal 3, that is good health and well-being. Goal 6, clean water and sanitation. Goal 7, clean energy. Goal 10, reduce inequality. Goal 11, sustainable cities. Goal 12, responsible consumption. Goal 15, life on land. And goal 16, peace, justice. So these are the goals where India has performed better. And one more important statistic is, when you see the number of states, the number of states in the front runner has increased to 22 states. In 1920, there were only 10 states and now it has become 22. Let us have a look at the Excel sheet. Kindly excuse me, there is some technical glitch. Shall we continue? So here, again, this is the performance of India snapshot, which tells us how India has performed with regard to various SDG goals as well as to various targets. Okay. So here, if you see, the position of India is 112. Next, now if you see this circular graph, okay, this innermost circle is 25, we are 50, 75 and 100, okay. Now, if you see most of the goals, none of them have approached 100, okay. We just have SDG 1, SDG 4, SDG 12 and SDG 13, which are between 75 to 100. Just have a look at the graph on the right hand side, the circular motion graph. And if you see between 50 to 75, between 50 to 75, we have SDG 2, SDG 3, and if you see 25, less than 25, we do not have any SDG goals less than 25. Yes? So all our performance of SDG goals is between the range of 25 to 75. So we have not yet reached the upper quartile, nor are we in the lower quartile. Now here, which are the SDG goals that India has to focus on? The major SDG goals what India has to focus is on SDG 2, that is zero hunger, SDG 3, good health and well-being, SDG 5, that is gender equality, SDG 6, clean water and sanitation, SDG 9, infrastructure, SDG 11, sustainable cities and communities, SDG 14, life below water, 15, life on land, and SDG 16, peace, justice. So, how many red color boxes did we have? How many red color boxes did we have? 9. So, we have to focus on 9 important goals so that our rank moves upwards and our rank does not slip downwards. Now, these are all the various targets. As I told you, there are 169 targets under 17 SDG goals. So these are the performance of the targets. I am not just going to read it aloud. All of you can glance at the slide. Hope it's visible towards the end. Okay? Yes. Please go through the slides and look at the performance of the targets. If it's green and going upwards, the target is achieved. If it is here, this arrow indicates the performance is declining. This arrow indicates that the performance is stagnant. This arrow indicates that the performance is moderately increasing. So there are 4 indicative arrows. Just pay note the 4 indicative arrows with respect to the performance of the indicators. Now if you look at SDG 2, okay, which is a red highlight area for India. Look at the performance. Undernourishment, the percentage has decreased, isn't it? This is alarming for India. Then, even when you say inequality, the Gini coefficient again is declining, which shows that there is no inclusive environment in India, which is relevant to our theme, the theme of the 2-day conference. So all these indicators are alarming. Undernourishment, inclusivity, just glance at the other indicators also. Look at SDG 11, sustainable cities and communities. We have access to improved water and source. It is declining. When we say access to water, it's a basic necessity and it is declining. Inequality is declining, access to water is declining, undernourishment is declining. The basic necessities, inequality, all these factors are declining. Does anyone from the audience, based on the snapshot, want to make any statement, wants to convey any remark? Based on the snapshot of India's performance in 2023 index, does anyone from the audience want to communicate any remark or wants to say any statement? Can do so. The hash color indicates that sufficient data has not been collected. So for this reason they could not calculate the value metrics. Hash color is just 2%. Any other? I'm so happy that you are vigilant. Okay. Does anyone else? Shall I move to Excel sheets? Okay. Now here, I have filtered the data. When you download the data from Niti Aayog, it comes in alphabetical order. But I have filtered the data based on the SDG score of the performance of the states and union territories. Okay. So now here, we have the ranks. Okay. And can anyone tell me which state has performed better? We have Kerala and Chandigarh who have performed better. Yes? Now, if you see the goals that they have achieved, look at the blue color cell. Okay? Blue color indicates that it has been achieved, because they have achieved the score 100. So here, blue color has been achieved only for SDG 7. So even though Kerala and Chandigarh have got rank number 1, they still have to progress for other SDG goals. Chandigarh, Kerala does not have any red color checkered box. But if you see Chandigarh, Chandigarh has a red checkered box for SDG 9. So it has many challenges to complete with respect to SDG 9. Okay. So let us look at the position of Tamil Nadu. Tamil Nadu is ranked number 2. Yes. And look at the performance. Again, it has achieved SDG 7. SDG 7 is blue color highlight. It has achieved SDG 7. Does it have any red colored box? Does it have any red colored box? Yes. So let us clap for our state. Yes. Our state is performing much better, isn't it? Yes. Let us look at the states which are in the bottom position. We have Assam, Jharkhand and Bihar. Look at the number of red color highlighted boxes. SDG 1, SDG 2, SDG 4. The number of red color highlight boxes are more. Do they have any blue color coded cells? Does Assam, Jharkhand and Bihar, do they have any blue color coded cells? No. They have not achieved any of the SDG goals. 17 goals has not been achieved by them. These states have to improve a lot. Now students, we have seen the position of the states and union territories. Now let us see goal-wise who has performed better. Okay? We have done the analysis horizontal. Now let us do the analysis vertical. So when you take SDG 1, is there any blue colored box? Has any state achieved 100% in SDG 1? No. No state has achieved 100% in SDG 1. Similarly, SDG 2, 3, 4, 5. No states have achieved 100% in SDG 1 to 5. We have only 6, SDG 6. And who has achieved SDG 6? Lakshadweep has achieved SDG 6, as well as we have Goa, who has achieved SDG 6. Next, if you see SDG 7, majority of the states and union territories, majority of the states and union territories have achieved SDG 7. We just have to pay importance to the red colored boxes. The same thing is available in this Excel sheet of 2022. I shall leave this presentation and the Excel sheets with the organizing team, so you all can take it from them. Till now, we have been focusing on the various position of India globally and pan-India position of various states and union territories. So now, let us relate it to the theme of Digital India. Now, in Digital India, we have had various initiatives by the GOI, Government of India. The first one we can take is Aadhaar. Just let us look at the performance of Aadhaar. 135.5 crore residents have been enrolled, and we have CSC, that is Common Service Centers. We have 4.14 lakh CSCs at the Gram Panchayat level. We have DigiLocker. We have more than 13.7 crore users, and this has been issued from 2311 issuer organizations. Then we have the Umang service, that is Unified Mobile Application. There are nearly 1,668 e-services being provided. There is e-signature and 31.08 e-crore signs have been used by agencies. There is My Government portal, which has a data user base of 2.76 plus crore. There is Meri Pehchan, which is a platform. There are nearly 4419 services registered of the various ministries of India. Then there is Digital Village, where 700 Gram Panchayats are registered. We have the national rollout of e-district MMP, and which is providing 4671 services. Open Government Data Platform, which has facilitated 94.8 lakh downloads. E-hospital service, 753 hospitals have been onboarded onto this platform. We have COVID app, which I'm sure all of us are very much aware. Jeevan Praman, NCOG, National Knowledge Network, and the last scheme, PM Disha, UPI, Future Skills, Cyber Security, and the last one, Electronics Manufacturing. So all these are the various schemes of Government of India. Yes, the performance has been put on the slide. So due to these various initiatives of the Government of India, we have been able to achieve our performance in SDG goals. Now, let us not just focus on Digital India, because when we say Digital India, we are thinking it more of an initiative. But let us talk about digitization, let us talk about ICT. So when we talk about ICT and when we talk about digitization, I have taken 6 goals for example, and how ICT can help in these various goals. For example, if you take SDG 1, ICT can help through mobile banking. SDG 2, it can provide access about the weather forecast so that it will help in soil restoration. SDG 3, good health and well-being. They can make use of artificial intelligence. SDG 4, quality education. We have made use of this platform through online learning, blended learning. SDG 5 and SDG 6, there are green tech startups. So here we have seen the role of ICT to fulfill 6 SDG goals. Yes, so coming to the end of my presentation. Thank you. I thank the organizing team for inviting me to present, and I thank you, wonderful audience, for listening to this boring presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for your valuable session on role of Digital India in fulfilling SDGs.
Now we shall begin the technical session 6 and we have Dr.
2-3 minutes, right? We want to engage with the patient. Audience, please engage with it. You want to ask any question, you can ask also. 2-3 minutes.
Audience, do you have any questions to Dr. Smita? Audience.
சரி இது நான் வரதுக்கு யாரும் உட்காந்துலாம் நான் டீ நான் வரதுக்கு யாரும் உட்காந்து இது
அவரோட பிரசன்டேஷன் வாங்க
கூட சார் முதல்ல மேலே கொண்டாந்து உட்கார வைக்கி அதுக்கப்புறம் அப்படியா பட் அவர் ஆஸ்கிங் டு கம் ஸ்டேஜ் லைட் போட லைட்
Now we shall begin the technical session 6 and we have Dr. Devashish Sir, Professor of Commerce, the University of Gurgaon, West Bengal. Now I request Dr. G. John, Department of Commerce, to honor our chief guest, our first person with shawl and memento. Thank you, sir. I will call upon Ms. Quincy from Second Inform to introduce our resource person.
Good morning, everyone. It's a great pleasure for me to introduce our resource person of Section 6, Dr. Devashish Sir, who is the Professor of Commerce of the University of Gurgaon, West Bengal. He has over 27 years of teaching experience and 14 years as a professor at the postgraduate level, and also a member of Indian Accounting Association and Indian Commerce Association.
அதை பார்க்கணும். நீங்கள் மட்டும் ஏதாச்சும் ஒரு சீட் எடுத்து வாசிச்சிடக்கூடாது.
செக்ஷன் மாற்றிக்கோ சஞ்சீவி சார்னு இன்ட்ரடியூஸ் பண்ணி
இப்போ என்ன 6
எழுதிருக்கு சார். ஆனால் ஆள் மாறிட்டாங்க சார். செஷன் மாறிட்டு சார். செஷன் மாறிட்டு இல்லை, நீங்கள் சும்மா ஆரம்பிங்க. அவரை பற்றி ஆரம்பிங்க.
Just to say sorry and then you start.
Sorry for the inconvenience.
Sorry for the inconvenience. Good morning, everyone. It's a great pleasure for me to introduce our resource person, Dr. V.K. Sanjeevi, Indian Telegram Service, Chief General Manager, BSNL Chennai. He belongs to 1985 batch of Indian Telegram Service. He retired as Chief General Manager of BSNL on superannuation on 30th April 2022. And he had a wide and rich knowledge and experience in almost all the spheres of management. And he attended many trainings and he receives National Conservation Award, Certificate of Merit on behalf of Madurai SSA from Power Ministry, Government of India, New Delhi, and he received Best Customer Service Center Award for Madurai from the Honorable Minister for Communication and ID during the year 2009, and he successfully completed many projects while working in project unit of BSNL. We are so happy to have you as a resource person. Over to you, sir.
Respected Dr. G. John, Dean of School of Management Studies, Dr. V. Washington Jerome, convener of this seminar, Dr. Arul Das, Organizing Secretary, Dr. Vimal Jaral, other staff, and dear participants. Good morning to all of you. I am very happy to be part of you in this seminar. I am happy to inform that I am an alumnus of this great institution. I did PhD as a part-time student along with Dr. Jaral this year. First of all, I thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to talk on this subject. I made the presentation less technical, otherwise this network, all of you know that it's a highly technical subject. I tried to make it as far as I actually diluted the matter so that everybody can understand. And the audience is from general management, is from commerce department. But nowadays, everybody is interested in telecom. Everybody is interested in communication. Everybody is interested in computers. Everybody uses all these devices. That's the idea of the government, idea of the year. Idea of ITU. You might have heard about ITU, International Telecommunication Union. It is a specialized agency of UN for telecommunication. It has been working very hard to see that people in the globe from anywhere can communicate easily. Now you know very well that a mobile number is a unique address for everyone on the globe. A 10-digit number, with a 10-digit number, one can be identified anywhere on the globe. So all these things could be possible, and we can speak to anyone. We can see anybody's video. We can transmit anything to anyone, whether it is a text or video or image, whatever it is. That is possible because of the efforts, continuous efforts taken by the agency, ITV. ITV is located at Geneva, Switzerland. So initially it was called International Telegraph Union. So telegraph was the first telecommunication service which humans used. That's again a digital service. Telegraph used only 2 alphabets. So with combination of 2 alphabets, 2 symbols, we could communicate short messages across the world. So that's why it was initially started as an International Telegraph Union. Then later it was modified as International Telecommunication Union. Today telecommunication is everything, you know. So my topic is on SDG 9. So we have been talking about SDG the past 2 days. Sustainable Development Goals. So United Nations has set some targets for all the member countries to develop equally. So we see that some countries are very advanced, some are very poor, least developed countries, poor countries. So the UN wants equity among the citizens of the world. Everybody should be happy. Everybody should be equal. That was the idea. So they set 17 targets, 17 goals. They are called SDGs. So my topic is on SDG 9. It is translated into Digital India, development of ICT infrastructure, core and access networks. Again, ICT needs explanation. ICT stands for Information and Communication Technologies. So all these things, telecom, computer, communication, everything is clubbed together as a single entity called ICT. So the UN calls it ICT technologies. If it is a computer technology, if it is a mobile phone, if it is a printer, everything is a ICT tool. They call it ICT tool. So ICT has a major role in developing the countries across the world. So every year they give importance. They see that all the countries give importance to development of ICT in their own countries, so that nobody is left behind. Everybody should be at par. But it is not the case. There is a lot of difference. There is difference in accessing the technologies. Within a country, you take Chennai, the access is different. You take Trichy, it is different. You go to a village near Trichy, it is totally different. Even you cannot send an SMS. But here you can enjoy 10 Gbps connectivity. If you go to Chennai, you can get 100 Gbps connectivity. So that's the difference. If you take India and Pakistan, there is difference. If you take India and Nepal, there is difference. If you take India and US, there will be difference. So this difference is referred to as digital divide. The usage of digital technologies, difference in usage, difference in availability, difference in knowledge, all these things constitute the digital divide. So the idea of UN or the ITU is to bridge digital divide. Bridging digital divide is a very difficult task. If you want to connect an island, it's very difficult. There is technology, but you require money. For example, we have Andaman Nicobar Islands. I worked there for 2 years. So there are 10 to 12 major islands. All the islands are connected by satellite communication only. We have a lot of deficiencies in the satellite communication. While we enjoy optical fiber connectivity, those people, they have only satellite connectivity. Satellite connectivity is very expensive, it's very scarce, you will not get the bandwidth. There are some deficiencies like time delay, because the connectivity is through a satellite. So there is a minimum of 5 milliseconds time delay. That's called latency. Latency is too high. So the IP network will not work there. All these difficulties were there in the remote and the islands. So all these things have to be managed. That is called bridging the digital divide. So SDGs I told already, Sustainable Development Goals. The UN in its conference at Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, in the year 2012, developed these 17 SDGs. So UN has developed these 17 SDGs, and they wanted all the member countries to implement, so that there is development across all the countries. SDG 9, as I told, is related to industry, innovation and infrastructure. So telecom is a major infrastructure. So telecommunication requires more focus. Because few years back, India was backward in telecommunication. Today it's not so. You might have heard few years back that in foreign countries the telecom services are very cheap. Everything is available there. But there, those times we were not having. In the 80s and the early 90s, we were very backward. Tele-density is a parameter. Tele-density is a parameter which measures the telecom penetration. India's tele-density was less than 3% in 1980s, whereas it was near to 100 in advanced countries like US and European countries. That was the difference. So we have to struggle to build the infrastructure. That is happening now. Today we are on the top. Today there is information that the telecom services, especially the data services, are the cheapest in India. It is 2% of the world average. If it is 100 rupees, the world average, it is 2 rupees in India. That's why everybody, you can see, everybody is using the mobile all the time. You can see even after using a mobile, watching serials on the mobile. So that much it has become affordable. So India, as a part of this infrastructure development, has adopted a scheme called Digital India. Knowing the importance of digital technologies, digital devices, digital applications. So this flagship program of Government of India, it was launched in 2015. The vision of the program is digitally empowered society and knowledge. The idea is to achieve a digitally empowered society and knowledge. I think by now we have achieved, if not fully, to a great extent, we achieved Digital India. The mission is digital delivery of services. There are so many services. Everything we were doing manually. So there was a lot of delay, lot of problem, corruption, favoritism, everything was there. To remove all those things, this method was suggested. Secondly, digital infrastructure creation. So to implement all these digital schemes, we require a strong digital infrastructure. So that is the second mission. Third one is digital literacy. If you do not know the subject, you cannot use. So everybody should know how to use the digital infrastructure or digital techniques. So knowledge is very important. That's why we have been seeing everywhere computer knowledge teaching the last few decades back. So as I told, there are three visions of the Digital India program. They are digital infrastructure as a utility to every citizen. It's an infrastructure for everyone. Every citizen should have power to access digital infrastructure. The example is mobile phone. Now everybody is having mobile phone. About 90% of population owns mobile phone. Governance and services on demand. So in government getting a thing used to be very tough. We cannot approach a government department, we cannot get things done. There will be lot of blocks, people will not listen to you, people will shout at you, people delay abnormally. So now all these things can be solved through digital approach. So you can apply for a patta online. It's a wonderful thing. You need not go to Taluk office, you need not meet anyone, you need not meet any crowd, you need not pay money to anyone, illegal money. If there is a fee, you have to pay. But all these things can be done through digital techniques. Third mission is digital empowerment of citizens. As I told you, everybody should be taught how to use digital techniques. Everybody should own digital device, like governments giving laptops to students. Even mobile phones were given by some governments as they give cycles, bicycles to students. So it has become a part of government scheme legal scheme to empower people, empower especially poor people, empower students to own digital devices. There are 9 pillar areas of growth under Digital India. Broadband highways. So broadband is nothing but high-speed internet. 20 years back, we had only low-speed dial-up internet. Then we had leased line internet. Now we have very high-speed internet. Everything is possible. We have wireless internet, wireless broadband. The idea is to extend the scheme to all the villages. In India, there are 250,000 village panchayats, VPTs, we call it VPTs. So the idea of the government is to make at least 1 Gbps connectivity to all the village panchayats, so that the people living in the villages get the access. We know that about 70% of people live in the villages. They are very important people. They are involved in agriculture, but they are denied many of the things. So government spends a lot of money to take internet to villages. The second pillar is universal access to mobile connectivity. As I told, mobile telephone has become very important. Earlier we used to have a telephone in a house that is used by all the people in the house. Not only in the house, in some places, the entire street will come to your house and use the telephone. That was the condition. Many of you may not be knowing, you are all newborn children. So 40 years or 30 years back, that was the situation. If a phone call comes to somebody, the owner will call the person, ask him to come and speak from his telephone. That was the condition. That time we had 3% intelligence. That is 3% population only had owned a telephone. Now it is more than 100%, because everybody is having 2 mobiles. Only few people are not having a phone. So that is the idea. Universal access to mobile connectivity. Mobile connectivity should reach everyone. That is second pillar. Third pillar is public internet access program. So if you have a internet connection, you have a computer, you can access internet and do things. But there are many people who do not have a telephone, who do not have an internet connection, who do not have a computer. So for them, these services are to be expanded. That's why government thought that this access should be made available to everyone. If you want to get an Aadhaar card, if you want to make a correction to your Aadhaar card, you can do from your home. But people who do not have a connectivity, for them this is arranged. So CSC, Common Service Centers, government wanted to open at least 1 common service center in every village panchayat. As I told, there are 250,000 village panchayats across the country. Second thing is, we have post offices. 150,000 post offices across the country were identified, and they were made multi-utility stations, similar to CSC. There also you can do. If you want to update your Aadhaar card, you can go there. If you want to apply for a patta, you can go there and apply. So these are the things. Third one is e-governance. As I told earlier, getting things done from government is very important, next to impossible for an ordinary man. That's why e-governance has been implemented. Because digital technology does not know the person who is using, whether it is a influential person or an ordinary person, poor, rich, young, old, it does not distinguish. So government operations were computerized. So there are 3 categories, 3 types of things. Database. All the data were computerized. So if you go to a school, you ask for old certificate, they say that it is not available. Old things are maybe sold, not available like that. But if it is stored electronically, you can go and get any time. This is more applicable to government departments especially land records. All the land records have been computerized now. If anybody goes to a taluk office or collectorate or any office, village administrative office, you can see the records online. Workflow automation. So in government setup, files used to be moved. A file will move from one person to another person. If one person does not do, nobody will notice. You apply for a community certificate, you go to Tasdar, give an application, he will put the paper down. You go to next day, again he will say, he will be very busy, because he is a Tasdar, he will be getting so many commands from his higher-ups, so he will not be having time to see your paper. You go next day, same status will be there. If you go on the fourth day, he will fire you and see that you will not come again. So in this setup, you apply online. There is a method to monitor this person, this Tasudar, how many papers he is keeping pending, how many he has cleared, since when they are pending. All the things can be seen. So that's why digital things are adopted. So workflow automation is another thing. Third one is public grievances redressal. Everybody is having a grievance. What will you do? You go to a government office, you try to meet someone, the peon will not allow inside to meet the officer, you will come back. If you are influential, you can meet. If you are not influential, you cannot do anything. That is the state. That was the status. Now, online, you can book a complaint. I don't know how many of you know, your complaint will go to PM office. If you have a complaint against central government, if you have a complaint against your pension department, you go online, there is a website called PGRMS, Public Grievances Redressal Mechanism. So you can book a complaint, the complaint will go to the top person, that person will forward the complaint to the concerned department, and he will wait for the department to take action and give complaints. Till that is done, the complaint will be opened. So the person who is keeping it pending will be responsible. So there is a check everywhere with the digital technology. That's why public grievance is kept as one of the targets. Information to all is another pillar. We know knowledge is power. Government can hide many things. Not only government, anybody can hide. So people will not know what is happening. Government floats a tender. The float tender can be done secretly and they can award to somebody close to them. All those things were possible. But now, transparency has come into picture. So, everything should be made online. Everything should be made open to all. That's the first one. Second one, delivery of information through SMS and email. You get Diwali greetings from government. The chief minister say, or minister or somebody, prime minister wishes you. Everything is possible. So that is done through this. Early harvest programs. Biometric attendance is very important thing in government today, because many people will not go to office. Many means, I don't mean all. There are few people who are habituated, not going to office on time, not going to office regularly, because there is none to catch them. If you are interested, you go to office, according to your convenience, you go at 11 o'clock, leave at 4 o'clock, nobody will question. If you question, the officer will be in trouble, so he also will be busy in his own works. So biometric attendance is an important thing. So this registers everybody's attendance, whether everybody is coming to office or not. So that was implemented as part of Digital India. As I told, government greetings. Sometimes the chief minister or the prime minister speaks to you. Prime minister speaks on radio every month. We are listening. So all these things are part of this. IT platform for messages we get from we get message from police department. Police department says don't give your OTP to anyone. Don't give your numbers. Don't give your Aadhaar card to somebody unknown. So all these things are done through electronically. As I told, this internet is not available to everyone, everywhere. To make it available to everyone, everywhere, wherever it is not covered, Wi-Fi hotspots are being implemented. Government has a plan of installing 5 million to 10 million Wi-Fi hotspots in places where people assemble, where there is no connectivity, especially in temples or places where markets are there, where there is no connectivity. These Wi-Fi hotspots are implemented to see that the connectivity is extended. E-Kranti is another pillar which is for electronic delivery of services, all the government services, whether it is health, education, everywhere, all the departments. If you go to health department, education, planning is done on GIS basis. So we not go to a place, take GIS data and we can plan. Farmers are, as I told, very important in our society. So farmers are to be informed about the market conditions. They have to be informed about the agricultural inputs, fertilizers, pesticides, where it is available, at what rate, government schemes. Security is another important thing. You get alert, like as I told, about bank frauds or anything else. There is a disaster. There is going to be a tsunami. The tsunami can be sensed few minutes before its arrival. When it came last time, nobody was knowing till it hit. So now tsunami can be monitored. Strike of tsunami can be monitored and people can be informed of the incidents. So that people can go away. Like tsunami, floods. If there is a big heavy flood or cyclone, all those things are predicted and people are informed well in advance. Financial inclusion, as I told, ATMs. Micro ATMs are installed in small places where few people are living. So everything should be available to everyone. And the now banks are on core banking system. All the banks are working on core banking system, and we have mobile banking is also available. Justice. During pandemic, all the courts were functioning. Nobody went to court. No lawyer went to court. No judge went to court. Accused also didn't go to court. But they were all present from the places where they were, and trials were conducted. Even now, remote trials are going on. Each jail is there. Cyber security is very important. So if bank frauds, anything else, all the thefts are being monitored by government, and there is a provision for you to lodge a complaint. There are many people who create a fake website and ask you to pay money for some services. Many people have lost money. In BSNL also it happened. So they created a BSNL website. They told if you want to have a broadband connection, if you want to have a FTTH connection, pay 10,000 rupees. So many people paid. And when they come, it is not a real site. They paid to a wrong site. That is back site. So those things were checked. When you report, there is a provision for making a complaint. Recently, my Facebook account was hacked, and a fake account was created. And from that, he was asking my friends to give money. So fortunately, 2-3 friends told me that it is coming. I am doubting. So immediately I had to report to cybercrime. I made a message to cybercrime, and I took efforts to block that site. So these things are available. Electronic manufacturing is another pillar. The target is net zero imports. We import a lot of things, especially in electronics. The government, Indian people import a lot of things, more than what we export. The target is zero import. That means we should export more and import less or more than what we import. That is the target. E-procurement is another method in this. We government departments procure lot of things, starting from big to big equipments. We used to float tender and buy. But under e-procurement, there is a site called the Government E-Marketing, GEM, like your Amazon site. Government people cannot buy from Amazon, but we can buy from GEM. GEM is a site where procurement can be done electronically. VSAT is a device. Satellite, I told satellites are not convenient for the islands, but satellites are very useful for remote places to have a limited services. So if you want to have a ATM in a remote island where there is no connectivity, we can install a VSAT. VSAT technology. VSAT stands for very small aperture transponder. So with that we can have a connectivity to any place through satellite. So the speed may be less, but it's effective. Fabulous design. Smart energy meters. There is a controversy in TamilNadu about electricity meters. There was a promise by the ruling party that monthly billing will be done. Earlier, now it is bi-monthly. It is once in 2 months we pay the bill. People demand monthly so that you will be in the lowest slab. So government says that is not possible now because you have to go to every house and collect the data. That is possible only in 2 month cycle, but in 1 month cycle is not possible. Now government recently has told that once smart meters are installed, we can do that. Because once they install smart meter, the readings can be taken from office itself. No person need to come to the premises, our premises, and take the readings manually. So it can be captured from central place, and that is possible. Smart cards, everybody is saying smart cards, even rural people are given smart cards. Government has made a special arrangement for giving smart cards to farmers because government gives money to farmers periodically, and the government wants to ensure that the money reaches the correct person and it reaches correctly to correct person. That's why smart cards have been given to all the people. And micro ATMs I told already. IT for jobs. Training in IT. People living in small towns and villages is one of the targets. Because nowadays everybody wants to work in, there is a lot of opportunities in IT, though it is less today, presently. It was booming industry. So government wanted people living in villages also to learn computer techniques and take part in the IT job. And we know that our northeastern states are really remote and they are away from us. They don't get what we get. So government had a special scheme of training and arranging jobs in IT and IT enabling services. Similarly, training people in service delivery agencies. All these things are part of IT for all. So these 9 pillars are important growth areas of digital India. This slide talks about the government's targets, how to implement all these things. So government Department of Telecommunication has these targets, goals. The first one is universal broadband connectivity to every citizen at 50 Mbps. So every citizen should get this internet connectivity. That is first target. Second target is, already I told you, 1 gigabits per second connectivity should be extended to all the 250,000 village panchayats. This is the target. Now many villages are having this connectivity. And the next plan, government wants to increase it to 10 Gbps. Because many places 1 Gbps will not be sufficient. When people start using it, it will become congested. So there is a plan to upgrade to 10 Gbps and 100 Mbps to all the key development institutions. Like there is a school, a training center, ITA. everywhere at least 100 Mbps should be given. And earlier we had landline telephones and broadband connections. Now, for want of high speed, we go for fiber connectivity, FTTH. We call it fiber to the home. So that target is 50% of the households should own fixed connectivity. What we have on mobile is mobile connectivity. At home or at the office, there should be a fixed connectivity. The target is 50% of households should have fixed line connectivity. Mobile subscription. So at least 50% population should have mobile. I think more than that now it is cheap and it is expanded to 65 crores. But in villages many people will not have. There are old people, they will not have a mobile. So they will use the mobile of their children. Or there will be one mobile per household. So the target is to increase to 65 crores. This Wi-Fi hotspots is another important device which gives internet connectivity in places where there is no connectivity, like remote villages, hilly areas, northeastern states, and all such places, islands. So the target is 5 million initially, and to be increased to 10 million Wi-Fi hotspots. Last one is connectivity to all uncovered areas. I worked in Andaman Nicobar Islands for 2 years. That time, when I visited an island, that assistant collector, equivalent to our RDO, he asked me to give connectivity to a place, just a telephone connectivity to a place where only 5 people live. I asked him, how can I give exchange to 5 people? He demanded, he told, no, my 5 people are important to me. Where will they go? They want connectivity. Then I suggested a scheme to government. That place there is no power supply. Only 5 people live there. It's a remote place. There is no electricity. But they want telephone connectivity. They want mobile connectivity. They want data connectivity. Because they are not at fault. They require more than us. Because they are remotely placed. They don't have any access to connectivity. So I suggested for 30 such places, micro BTS, what we call it, the BTS is a tower, cell phone tower you will see. That caters to about 1,000 people. So for small group of people, micro towers are there. I suggested a micro tower. How will it work? We need a connectivity. So I suggested a VSAT. VSAT which is a very small aperture transponder. A VSAT which connects the station through a satellite. That can be done anywhere. Then power is required. So I suggested solar power. Because most of the days there is solar power. You give a battery and let us charge it through solar panels. So that almost every time there will be power. So that I suggested to government for 30 places in Andaman Nicobar Islands, even for a place where only 5 people live. So government wants to do that. Government needs subsidy for that. We'll come to that. ESOF is an organization which is for that. So government does not treat small people or small places badly. Government wants to give them importance. So that is connected to all uncovered areas. So we have been talking about ICTs, Information Communication Technologies. What is ICT? So these are the main components of ICT. You can see there are 6 components. Human resources is one component. We are part of ICT. Hardware. Computer hardware is another component. Computer software is another component. Telecom network connectivity is another component. Cloud computing is another component. Data and database is another component. These are the 6 components of ICT. As I told earlier, this ITU says, they have been telling since long that ICTs only can develop a nation. ICT is very important for all the developments. So ICTs are very important So ICTs are to be promoted, to be established by every country for growth. Part of ICT, there are 4 devices which are very important. These devices we use for communicating. Initially it was telephone, then radio, then television, after that internet. But nowadays what is happening? Internet is implementing all the other things. You can hear a radio through internet, you can listen to radio through internet, you can watch TV through internet, you can speak through internet. That means internet has followed all the other devices, services. That's a wonder. So I have been talking about ITU. So ITU is International Telecommunication Union. It is headquarters at Geneva, Switzerland. It's a specialized agency of UN. It is for telecom standardization and telecom growth across the globe. As for ITU, LDCs is nothing but least developed countries. There are some countries grouped as least developed countries where development is very less, they are all very backward, lot of poor people are there, economically weaker people. So there, only 36% of the population use internet, use or has access to internet. Whereas it is 66% globally. Globally it is 66%. It is least in these small countries. That means some countries it is 100%. Most advanced countries like US and the European countries, it may be 100%, but there are countries where it's only 36%. As for ITU, 10% increase in connectivity, telecom connectivity, whether it is telephony or it is broadband or internet, whatever it is, will result in 1% increase in GDP. That is well established. That's the importance of ICT. So ICT usage is very important for growth of any country, equitable growth of any country. Out of 7.57 billion population in the world today, 4 billion people do not have access to internet. They are all thinking that everybody is having. It's not the case. You go to African countries, you go to some other, even many Asian countries, many parts are not well connected, so those people are not having the access to internet. So 4 billion people are not having access to internet. Another interesting fact is 1.5 billion people, 1.1 billion people have very high speed internet. Like us, people like us, they have very high speed internet access. 40% people do not have. So there is a wide difference in access to internet or connectivity. As I told earlier, it is referred to as digital divide. The idea is to bridge the digital divide progressively. That's why the ITU celebrates World Telecom Day every year on May 17th. So for 2023, the theme was empowering the least developed countries through ICT. ITU wants to empower the least developed countries with ICT. So ICT means they will develop. So now coming to India, the efforts taken by Indian government. I told earlier that the tele density was less than 3% in the early 80s. Only 3 people out of 100 people have telephone connection. That time only voice was there, data was not there, internet was not there. Only blind mode telephone, we call POTS, blind mode telephone service was there. That time there too only 3% of the people had telephone. That means 97% of people were not having access to telephone connection. So government wanted to increase the tele density. So government took lot of efforts. So that time it was under Madam Indira Gandhi. When she was Prime Minister, the scheme was called Mission Better Communication. There was a mission-oriented program to improve connectivity, to take telephone to all the places. Not only rural, even urban areas were not having telephone connection. Many people were on the waiting list. People used to wait for 12 years to get a telephone connection in cities. In rural, you can't imagine. So that was the condition. So to improve that, that scheme was dropped. And to make telephones available everywhere, every village was given with a panchayat, not village, every gram panchayat was provided with a telephone connection. That was called VPT. The connection was given through conductor, copper conductor or wire, open wire in those days. And we had only telegraph services everywhere. Telegraph offices were there across the country, so they used to deliver soft messages. Next, the 80s, when Mr. Rajiv Gandhi was the Prime Minister, the coin word was technology mission. They identified some few areas where India was weak. 5 areas, like we were importing a lot of oil seeds. There was no drinking water everywhere. Everybody was not taking drinking water. Oil seeds we were importing, it was very expensive. And children were not immunized. People were suffering. Telecom was also like that. So they grouped all the 5. Drinking water, immunization, oil seeds, telecom, and one more I forgot. These 5 areas were identified and called technology mission. So it was a mission-oriented program to develop technology. That time there was a necessity to take fast decisions, because when government decides something, it takes time. People have to assemble this, they have to think, they have to discuss and meet. So telecom commission was a concept. Like a mini cabinet. Telecom commission have some 8 members, 4 officials and 4 officials from telecom department, other 4 from other departments. They were able to decide what to do, so that telecom can be developed, growth can be achieved, telephones can be given to everyone. So that telecom commission was formed that time with lot of powers. And the commission has decided to privatize the telecom industry. Earlier only government was giving telephone connections. Government could not increase the 3% to abnormally to higher level because it costs lot of money. Money where from it comes? Government needs to give the money to ILCs, drinking water, telecom. There was lot of competition for money, for funds. So government wanted private people are interested, let them do. So when private people are allowed, somebody has to control them. Otherwise they will loot. Otherwise have to eat. So TRAI was created, Telecom Regulatory Authority. For any industry, a regulator is required. TRAI was created. Now I am happy to tell that TRAI is one of the best regulators in the world today. We have US as the best regulator. The next line, India is there. We can be proud of that. That is resulted in competition, and we started getting telephone connection everywhere at affordable rate. That is very important. Quality service. As I told, the USYF, Universal Service Application Fund, was also created to see that the services are made available everywhere. Wherever there is no service, you have to take it. Like islands, remote places, hilly areas, and these islands, Andaman Nicobar Islands, were not having solid connectivity, so optical fiber cable was laid. I am happy to inform here, I implemented that project. It is a 1,000 crore project that was implemented in 2 years' time. No government project was implemented on time. I am happy to tell here again that we could implement that scheme in less than 2 years. Now all the islands in Andaman and Nicobar Islands are connected to the mainland by optical fiber cable. Similarly, another scheme is now under progress under implementation for Lakshadweep Islands. With that, all the islands will be connected to the mainland. So all these things are repetitions only. Wi-Fi hotspots. Everywhere the USYF will come to fund. This is the telecom network. So we have been talking about telecom services. Where from it comes? It comes from a network. Network contains 2 components mainly: nodes and links. Nodes means switching equipments. Links means transmission lines. You can see the typical network. The boxes are nodes. The lines are links. So I just briefly tell how telecom technologies grew, evolved through time. So I said, no, there are two sides, switching equipment and the transmission equipment. Switching, we started with a manual switch, that means there was no machine. Operators were sitting in a place, we used to take the phone and ask, connect me to 48 like that. That was the manual switching. Then we had electromechanical switch. Then we had crossbar switches. After that, when electronics came into being, electronic devices came into being, electronic switches came, and digital switches came after that, new technology, and then next generation network. Now we come to NGN. Similarly, in the transmission, we had open wire, physical. Two wires used to connect between stations. Then the two wires, we used to have many channels, that's called carrier system. After that, we had coaxial, microwave and the satellite systems, analog. Then digital version of the same thing came. Now we have optical fiber connectivity everywhere. That is very fast, very cheap, and we can pack many channels. Thousands of channels can be. Now we have improvement on that, DWDM and the OTM. That is for core network. This is similarly access network. We had two sides, wired network and the wireless network. Wired network, initially we had copper conductor only for voice. Then copper we had PCM, pulse tone modulation, so that we can have multiple channels. After that we had ISDN, integrated subscriber digital network, where voice and data both were possible on copper. Then ADSL. ADSL is nothing but a device which allows us to use the copper conductor for internet connectivity. Now we have optical fiber, fiber to the home. Optical fiber means high speed, low cost. Similarly, on the wireless side, we had MAR radio system in the beginning. Then CORDET was another technology. RF system, we had a radio frequency wireless system. Then we had mobile GSM came, 2G, and also CDMA systems. Now we have 3G, 4G, etc. 5G is yet to come. In all the things, you might have observed there are some major shifts in the telecom industry. This is an interesting slide. So you can see that everything changed from analog to digital. We started with analog, now everything is digital. Then we are using more of voice. Now it is not there. Now it is data. And we had wired networks. Now it is wireless network. We had fixed telephony. Most of the fixed devices were there. Now mostly mobile. We take mobile telephone, laptop, something like that. And technically it was circuit switch network. Now it is packet switch network. Packet means IP network. The fixed network will carry traffic in all the directions. We need not, the data will carry the address. So we need not have a separate connectivity to the destination. It goes through the common network. So to conclude, now data has become the fourth necessity. We already have three basic necessities. Data is the fourth necessity. Everybody wants data connectivity. And we are entered into a digital era. And most of the works are paperless now. We do everything online. And the cloud computing has taken the internet to next level. So we need not own anything. We need not own a software. We need not own a hardware. We can use the cloud. Knowing that everybody is using cloud now. And the industry 4.4, that is the next fourth industrial revolution. All these things use telecom technologies, the new technologies like artificial intelligence, machine learning, 5G, cloud computing, IoT, and advanced automation. Thank you. This is what I wanted to tell. If you have any questions. Thank you.
I convey my humble note of thanks Dr. V.K. Sanjeevi for his valuable perspectives on digital India, development of ICT infrastructure, core and access networks.
Now let's Have a break for 15 minutes.
அதை எடுத்து மட்டும் வச்சுருவோமா வெளியே எங்கேயோ போகிறோம் நம்மளுக்கு உடனே வந்துடுவாங்க போவோம் நம்ம யார் எம்சி போகலாம் எம்சிசி
Thank you.
சாப்பிடாம கால் பண்ணு சாப்பிடாம கால் பண்ணு சரிவா வெளியே நின்று சொல்கிறேன் இங்கே கொஞ்சம் உட்காந்து சொன்னேன் ஆஃப்டர்நூன் ஆயிடுச்சா ஆஃப்டர்நூன் ஆகல ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணலாம் 7 தானே டெக்னிக்கல் 7 தானே 7 தானே யார் ஆனர் பண்ணுவாங்க ஆனர் பண்ண யார் இருக்கா பேசஞ்சரும் சார் கூப்பிட்றேன்
mic less. Okay.
Good morning, everyone. Now we shall begin with the technical session 7, and we have Dr. Devashish Sir, Professor of Commerce, the University of Bhopal, West Bengal. Now I request Dr. Arudas, Organizing Secretary of Department of Commerce, to honor our resource person with the shawl and memento. Thank you, sir. Now I call upon Ms. Quincy from Second and Com to introduce our resource person.
Good morning, everyone. It's a great pleasure for me to introduce our resource person of Section 7, Dr. Devashish Sir, who is the Professor of Commerce of the University of Bhopal, West Bengal. He has over 27 years of teaching experience, 14 years as a professor at the postgraduate level, and also a member of the Indian Accounting Association and Indian Commerce Association. He has acted as a member of NACPERTI, AICTE Scrutiny Committee and AICTE Evaluation Committee, and also acted as an expert in NERO UGC for evaluating minor research projects in commerce and management. He has contributed several papers in reputed professional and academic journals and also attended many seminars and conferences in India and abroad, who acted as a resource person in several national and international seminars. He is acting as a member of editorial board of many national and international journals of repute, including the ASH Journal of Business Management, London, UK, and also acting as a reviewer in many publishing houses. We are so happy to have you as a research person, sir.
Thank you. Good morning to everyone present here. Respected eminent personalities present here, respected professors, esteemed participants, and my dear students. Now we are assembled here to make some discussion on the issue entitled, Does digitization in India overcome business challenges of COVID-19 pandemic? We all know that the government of India, under the leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Damodar Das Modi, launched in July 2015 the Digital India program with the vision of transforming India into a digitally empowered society and a knowledge-based economy by ensuring digital access, digital inclusion, digital empowerment, and bridging the digital divide. In fact, this initiative was taken by the central government in order to develop all sectors of our economy. It is expected that by implementing this mega project, India would be able to improve its GDP, increase investment opportunities, enhance employment opportunities, reduce unemployment, reduce inequality, reduce the level of corruption, and strengthen the public distribution system, our public distribution system. As per the projection made by the internationally famous, very reputed consultancy firm McKinsey, it was estimated that with the help of Digital India initiative, the country's digital economy would step up from 200 billion US dollar in 2018 to 1 trillion US dollar by 2025. We all know that COVID-19 pandemic has forced India and its manufacturers to quickly step up their manufacturing process, the adoption of digital manufacturing process, and it is expected that India's manufacturing sector would be able to reach higher levels of efficiency, productivity, and competitiveness. I think that much discussion has already been made yesterday and today morning on various issues associated with the objectives, present status, then challenges and future prospects of the Digital India initiatives taken by the Government of India. So I will not spend much time on these issues. We all know that the extent of digitalization in Indian business sector has been increasing with the passage of time during both COVID-19 period and post-COVID-19 era. So today, the question is whether digitalization in India has been able to combat the business challenges emanated from COVID-19 outbreak and subsequent lockdown. Is digitalization in India sufficient for combating immense threats emanated from COVID-19 outbreak? In order to get the answer to this question, let us recapitulate the issues associated with the effects of COVID-19 pandemic on Indian business sector. We all know that COVID-19 was first found in India in the last week of January 2020. That means we have already spent a period of more than 3 years. Lockdown started in India on 25th March 2020. We faced 3 phases of complete lockdown and several semi-lockdown phases during almost 3.5 years. So we can say that there was a tremendous impact of COVID-19 outbreak and subsequent lockdown on the Indian economy as well as world economy. In this context, we can mention some important information. We all know that the United States of America is the most powerful country in the world from the economic point of view. In fact, USA is financially the strongest country in the world. In USA, in April 2020, about 15 to 17% employees lost their job. More than 2 crore people became jobless only in the month of April 2020 in USA. Now, if we consider India's situation, we find that the India's picture was more alarming. If we go through the report published by CMI, Center for Monitoring Indian Economy, we find that the unemployment rate, which was less than 7% in the mid-March 2020, became more than 27%, 27.11% in the first week of May 2020. It was about 29% in the urban areas and 26% in the rural areas. And during this lockdown period, more than 14 crore people became jobless. They lost their job. So it had a severe negative impact on Indian business sector. In this context, we can mention one study conducted by the Federation of Indian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, FICCI. FICCI conducted one study in the month of May 2020 on the basis of 380 big companies across the sector. Now let us consider the major findings of the study. Number one, this study reveals that there was a tremendous uncertainty in the Indian business environment during this pandemic period. COVID-19 had deep impact on Indian businesses. Number two, this study also reveals that about 72% of the sample companies were placed in the category of very high level of risk. Another significant outcome of this study is that 61% of the sample companies postponed their expansion program for a period of 6 months to 12 months, and 33% of the sample companies postponed their expansion program for a period of more than 12 months. That means 94% of the sample companies postponed their expansion program due to this COVID-19 outbreak and subsequent lockdown. Another notable outcome of this study is that 60% of the sample companies postponed their fundraising plan for a period of 6 months to 12 months, and 25% of the sample companies postponed their fundraising plan for a period of more than 1 year. That means 85% of the sample companies postponed their fundraising plan due to this COVID-19 outbreak and subsequent lockdown. So on the basis of the outcomes derived from these studies, it can be said that India's business sector was facing immense threats emanating from COVID-19 outbreak and subsequent lockdown. Now let us consider some additional information in this respect. More than 6,600 Indian companies had legal linkages with those companies which are situated in such countries where the outbreak of COVID-19 was severe. In this context, we can cite the example of China. We all know that there is a very close association between India and China in respect of international trade. And we also know that China is the world's largest exporter since 2009. And China accounts for about 13% of the world exports. And China is the second largest importer in the world for the last 11 years. And China accounts for about 11% of the world's imports. China accounts for about 13% of the world exports, and out of these 13%, about 5% comes to India. In fact, China contributes more than 15% of India's total imports. And we all know that COVID-19 was first found in China on 17th November 2019, and it had a severe impact, severe effect on China, not only Chinese economy, but also economies of other countries which are closely associated with China. And India is one of the examples of it. And that's why we can say that India's business sector was severely affected during this pandemic period. We all know that there is a very close association between large-scale industries and micro, small and medium enterprises, MSME sectors. They are interrelated and interconnected. And we also know that, in fact we can say that the large-scale industries largely depend on the supply made by MSME sectors. And MSME sector largely depends on the demand of the large-scale industry. So they are interrelated and interconnected. It is also to be noted that MSME sector contributes more than 30% of India's GDP, and MSME sector generally follows a growth rate of at least 10% per annum. Another important point regarding India's MSME sector is that about 45% of the India's total exports are contributed by MSME sector. So this sector plays a very vital role in Indian business world. Due to this COVID-19 outbreak and subsequent lockdown, both large-scale industries and MSME sectors were severely affected. During this pandemic period and in the post-pandemic period, several initiatives have been taken by the central government in order to convert our traditional business into digitized business. So several digitization steps have been taken by the central government. So now the question is, these steps are, the question is whether we are getting much benefit from these steps taken by the central government or not. So in this respect, let us now examine examine this issue in respect of some economic indicators. Now, if we go through the report published by NSO, National Statistical Office under the Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation, we find that India's GDP growth rate has increased significantly during the post-pandemic period. India's GDP growth rate in the financial year 2020-21, that means during pandemic period, was negative. It was minus 6.6% in the financial year 2020-21. But in the very next year, that means in the post-pandemic period, in the financial year 2021-22, India's GDP growth rate was 8.7%. Even in the financial year 2022-23, it was estimated that the India's GDP growth rate would be around 7%. So we can say that obviously it is a positive sign for our economy. Secondly, if we go through the report published by CMI, Center for Monitoring Indian Economy, we find that the unemployment rate has reduced significantly during the post-pandemic period. Unemployment rate in India during the pandemic period, especially in the month of May, was more than 27%, but it has reduced significantly during the post-pandemic period. And in the month of May 2023, the unemployment rate in India was about 7.7%. So we can say that the unemployment rate has reduced significantly during the post-pandemic period. So obviously it is a positive sign for our economy. But we can say that this information provided by CMI or NSO may not reflect the true picture of the Indian business world. Why? Because in this context we can mention at least 2 points. The first one is that if we go through the report published by Reserve Bank of India, RBI, we find that the ratio of government debt to GDP in India has been increasing with the passage of time during the post-pandemic era. The ratio of government debt to GDP in India in the financial year 2019-20 was 73.95%. That means in the pre-pandemic period, the ratio of government debt to GDP in India was about 74%. But in the post-pandemic era, in the financial year 2021-22, it increased to 84%. Even as per the projection made by the International Monetary Fund (IMF), it was estimated that the ratio of government debt to GDP in India in the financial year 2022-23 would be more than 90%, 90.6%. Similarly, as per the projection made by the World Bank, it was estimated that this ratio would be about 89% in the financial year 2022-23. So we can say that obviously it is a negative sign for our economy. Similarly, if we go through the report published by NSO, National Statistical Office, relating to the financial year 2021-22, we find that 54% of India's gross value added was contributed by service sector. Only 26% was contributed by manufacturing sector, and the remaining 20% was contributed by agriculture sector. So that means during post-pandemic period, although several steps have been taken by the central government in respect of digitization, but we can say that the contribution of manufacturing sector has not improved significantly during the post-pandemic era. So we all know that according to the principles followed in economics, if manufacturing sector does not grow properly or significantly, we can say that overall economic development cannot be made possible in developing countries like India, and this is happening in case of India. And moreover, we can say that we all know that there are four basic components of GDP: personal consumption expenditure, business investment, government spending, and net export. And we also know that personal consumption expenditure is the biggest component of GDP. Personal consumption expenditure contributes more than 60% of India's GDP in normal condition, in normal situation. Now, if we consider all these four components one by one in the context of COVID-19 period, we can understand it more clearly. If we consider net export, that means excess of export over import, we find that both exports and imports activities were severely disrupted during this pandemic period. Now, if we consider government spending, we find that at that time government was paying salary only, and in many cases salary was cut. There was no significant business investment during this pandemic period. So obviously it was estimated that, it was expected that India's GDP would almost entirely depend on personal consumption expenditure in near future. That means at least at the initial phase of the post-pandemic era. But we find exactly the reverse picture. The contribution of personal consumption expenditure to GDP in India has been decreasing in the post-pandemic era. The ratio of personal consumption expenditure to GDP in India in the financial year 2019-20 was 60.5%. That means more than, in the pre-pandemic period it was more than 60%. In the pandemic period, that means in the year 2020-21, it reduced to 58.6%. And in the post-pandemic era, that means in the financial year 2021-22, it again reduced to 57.5%. That means with the passage of time, the contribution of personal consumption expenditure to GDP in India has been reducing. So we can say that personal consumption expenditure has failed to contribute much to improve our GDP in the post-pandemic era. But what are the reasons behind it? There are several steps have been taken by the government. But what are the reasons behind it? In this context, there are several reasons. But in this context, we can mention two very important points. The first one is that public distribution system in India is not running properly. We all know that enough digitization steps have been taken by the government in order to digitize, in order to convert the traditional system into digitized system, especially in case of public distribution system. And we all know that about 80 crore people are the beneficiaries of public distribution system in India. That means 58% of people depend on public distribution system. And we all know that if public distribution system runs properly, then only people will get adequate amount of food grains and other essential commodities. And if it happens, then people will be in a position to spend some money for acquisition of non-essential commodities also. As a result, consumption expenditure will go up and ultimately demand will go up. But we find exactly the reverse picture. Personal consumption expenditure, we can say that the public distribution system is not running properly in India due to certain causes. In this context, we can mention at least 2 points. The first one is that lack of information. Government does not have adequate information about the needs of the people, especially people living in the rural areas, people living in the remote villages. As a result, proper distribution of essential commodities cannot be made. Unequal distribution of essential commodities arises. And second reason is that high level of corruption is involved in our public distribution system. This corruption starts with the acquisition of food grains and other essential commodities, and it extends to the distribution channel also. Though several initiatives have been taken by the central government in order to reduce the corruption, but we can say that the real beneficiaries, that means the poor people, are not getting enough benefits from this system. In this context, we can mention one very important information. The fund allocated by the government for providing food subsidy in the financial year 2020-21, that means during pandemic period, was rupees 1,15,570 crore. 1,15,570 crore, which is about 3.8% of the total estimated expenditure as per budget estimates relating to the fiscal year 2020-21. And in the very next year, it has increased significantly. The fund allocated by the government for providing food subsidy in the financial year 2021-22 was rupees 2,94,000 crore, which is about 8.4% of the total estimated expenditure as per budget estimates relating to the fiscal year 2021-22. So 3.8% has increased to 8.4%. That's why we can say that huge fund is invested in the public distribution system, and that's why high level of corruption is involved in the public distribution system. So if we minimize this odds, that means if we remove this problem, then only public distribution system can be effectively run. Public distribution system can be efficiently managed. But this is not happening in case of India. There huge corruption is there, that means high level of corruption is involved in the public distribution system. And it is also reflected if we consider our global hunger index. If we consider India's global hunger index, we find that in the year 2022, India's global hunger index was 29.1, which indicates a very serious situation. So, even if we consider global hunger index ranking, we find that with the passage of time, the status of India in respect of global hunger index has been deteriorating. In 2020, India's rank was 94. In 2021, India's rank was 101. And in 2022, India's rank was 107 out of 121 countries in the world. So with the passage of time, the status of India in respect of global hunger index has been deteriorating. And this is one, we can say that one of the reasons is our poor public distribution system. Not poor, the system is good, but high level of corruption is involved in our public distribution system. And the second reason for reduction in the contribution of personal consumption expenditure to GDP in India is associated with confidence level of people. We can say that the confidence level of people in India has not improved significantly during the post-pandemic era. In this context, we can mention one survey conducted by RBI in the month of May 2020. As per the RBI survey report, the future expectation index in the month of May 2020, that means during pandemic period, was 97.9. In fact, a score below 100 indicates consumers' pessimism, as the future expectation index in the month of May 2020 was 97.9, which is below 100. It indicates that the consumers were pessimists. Their confidence level went down significantly during the pandemic period. In the post-pandemic era, post-pandemic period, we can say that obviously the confidence level of people has improved, but we can say that this improvement is not significant. This improvement is not remarkable. Several surveys have been conducted by RBI from time to time. As per the RBI survey reports, the future expectation index in the month of January 2020 was 103.3, that means it is above 100. And in July 2022, it was 113.3. And in January 2023, it became 116.2. So obviously we can say that there has been an upward trend in the confidence level of people during the post-pandemic period. But we can say that this improvement is not at all significant. Why? If we consider similar survey conducted by RBI in the month of March 2019, that means in the pre-pandemic period, as per the survey conducted by RBI in the month of March 2019, we find that the future expectation index was 133.4. That means in the pre-pandemic period, future expectation index was more than 130. In the pandemic period, it was below 100, and in the post-pandemic period, it was about 116. So on the basis of this, it can be said that the confidence level of people has improved in the post-pandemic era, but this improvement is not at all significant. And we all know that if the confidence level of people does not improve significantly, we can say that the people will not spend much amount of money for their present consumption. In that case, people will intend to save money for their future consumption, and as a result, consumption expenditure will not go up, and ultimately demand will not go up. So this is happening in case of India. Presently, we can say that. So in our discussion, we have been mentioning, especially during the last few minutes, we have been mentioning only the negative points. Now we have to mention one positive point. And in this point we can say that the contribution of digitization in India has been immense. If we go through the report published by the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, we find that FDI inflows in India have been increasing with the passage of time during both pandemic period as well as post-pandemic era. FDI inflows in India in the financial year 2020-21, that means during pandemic period, increased by about 10% as compared to the previous year's figures. And in the very next year, that means in the financial year 2021-22, FDI inflows in India have increased by 23% as compared to the previous year's figures. Another important point in this respect is that India's FDI equity inflows in Indian manufacturing sector have increased by about 76% in the financial year 2021-22 as compared to the previous year's figure. So obviously it is a positive sign for our economy. So if it continues, we can say that the India's business sector will do better. But what are the reasons behind it? We all know that COVID-19 was first found in China on 17th November 2019, and it had a severe negative impact on Chinese economy. And as a result, China was not able to retain its dominance over the international market, at least at the initial phase of COVID-19 era. And India took these advantages. Moreover, India has certain competitive advantages, India has certain benefits. In this context, we can mention at least 3 points. The first one is India has sufficient cheap labor force. About 64% of people in India belong to the age group of 20 to 35 years. So India has sufficient cheap labor force. Secondly, India has adequate number of skilled IT personnel. And thirdly, the political stability in India is much higher as compared to other neighboring countries. In this context, we can also mention the World Bank's Ease of Doing Business ranking. And as per the World Bank's Ease of Doing Business ranking, India captured 142nd rank in the year 2014 out of 190 countries in the world. In 2015, India's rank was 131. In both 2016 and 17, India's rank was 130. In 2018, India made a significant improvement in its status and reached 77th rank. And in October 2019, that is just before outbreak of COVID-19, India's rank was 63. And even in 2022, India has been able to maintain its status quo. That means India has been able to maintain the same status. India's rank was 63 in 2022. So with the passage of time, India has been improving its status in respect of ease of doing business. And one of the reasons is that mega project, the success of this mega project, that means Digital India project. So if it continues, we can say that obviously India's business sector will do better in near future. India's economy will flourish because we all know that foreign direct investment will not only augment capital formation but also act as a vehicle for technology upgradation, skill development, export promotion, job creation, and even we can say that improvement of the overall competitiveness of the economy. So this would be a huge opportunity for India in the post-COVID era. And if we grab this opportunity, if India grabs this opportunity, we can say that at least a considerable number of years would belong to India at the global stage. So this is our expectation, this is our anticipation, and this is our prediction. We all know that the success of any prediction or projection depends on certain factors. Today, before concluding my discussion, I have to mention one very important factor, one vital factor, one non-economic factor. In this context, we can mention the name of famous social and political theorist, Professor John Elston, Professor of Political Science, Columbia University. And we must mention his classic entitled The Cement of Society, a Study of Social Order. The Cement of Society is study of social order. According to his famous book, any prediction or any projection can be successfully achieved if proper cooperation is there. That means if proper cooperation among stakeholders, namely political personalities, bureaucrats, administrators, is present in the economy, then only any prediction or any projection can be successfully achieved. In this context, we can also mention the name of famous British-born economic geographer and distinguished professor of anthropology and geography at the City University of New York, Professor David Harvey. Professor David Harvey has given emphasis on collective efforts and collective response in order to combat the situation arising out of COVID-19 in the global economy. And we all know that collective efforts, collective response and cooperations all are interdependent and interrelated. So again we can say that if proper cooperation is present in our economy, this prediction can be successfully achieved. But we can say that there are certain factors which may hamper, which may hurt the strength of cooperation. In this context, we can mention at least 3 points. The first one is personal ego. This is associated with human behavior. Personal ego of the stakeholders, personal ego of the bureaucrats, personal ego of the administrators, personal ego of the political personalities. So if negative ego takes place, strength of cooperation goes down. And secondly, irregularities and corruptions, which are very much present in our economy. If we go through the report published by Transparency International, we find that the India's corruption perception index in the year 2022 was 40. We all know that corruption perception index varies between 0 and 100. If the corruption perception index is 0, it indicates that the country is highly corrupt. And if the corruption perception index is 100, it indicates that the country is very clean. India's corruption perception index is 40, and especially we can show this is not at all satisfactory level, this is not at all favorable. Even in respect of corruption perception index ranking, India's rank was 85 out of 180 countries in the world. And so in respect of corruption perception index ranking, India's position, India's status is not at all favorable. Because if we consider our neighboring countries, small neighboring countries, Bhutan captured 25th rank, and other countries, especially Singapore captured 4th rank, but India's rank was 85 in 2022. So in respect of transparency, in respect of corruption perception index, India's status is not at all favorable, is not at all satisfactory. So we can say that so this is the problem. So if we minimize the negative impact of these factors, then only we can say that the strength of cooperation will go up. And if strength of cooperation is restored, if strength of cooperation, another point in this respect, we can say that we have already stated that the personal ego, irregularities, we can say that if irregularities and corruptions arise, obviously personal interest takes place, as a result strength of cooperation goes down. And thirdly, we can say that irrationalities, this is also associated with human behavior. So if we are not rational enough, if the political personalities, bureaucrats and administrators are not rational enough, obviously the strength of cooperation goes down. So if we minimize the negative impact of these factors, then only we can say that the strength of cooperation will go up. And if strength of cooperation is restored, if strength of cooperation enhances, then we can say that this prediction can be successfully achieved. And if it happens, then it is expected that India's business sector will do better in near future, and we will get the maximum benefit of this mega project digitization, Digital India, or digitization initiatives taken by the central government. So with this hope, I am concluding my discussion. Thank you very much. I must convey my heartfelt thanks and sincere regards to all the faculty members and authorities of these esteemed institutions for giving me an opportunity to act as resource person in this national seminar. Thank you all. Thank you. Namaskar. Any question? Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your useful insights on thus digitalization in India overcome business challenges of COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you, sir. Now we will have a break for lunch, which is served in KP Joseph Hall at the same building in the ground floor. Participants are asked to assemble back in the same venue at 2 p.m. Thank you.
சரி ஒரு செஷன் தானே இருக்கு சார் பக்கம் முடிச்சிட்டோம்னு நினைக்கிறேன். நீ என்ன நினைக்கிற? என்ன ஃபோன் பேக்கில் வச்சிருக்கியா? என்னோட தான் வைக்கணும்.
இது மட்டும் பத்திரமா வந்து பண்ணும்.
சரி அதிலே
பத்திரமா இருக்குமா?
அப்படியே இருந்தாலும்
நிறைய சேர்த்து இங்கே தானே வச்சுக்கோமா?
you don't have any idea about it. That's what you think with political leaders on which you go and you coming with me, you no, I will not. Yes, you are yes. This is even the competition. This is food quality. Food quality. Compensation, that is, it was 3.8%, it increased to 8.4%. So huge increase. That is huge amount invested by the central government. People are complaining we are not getting back on it. কল পেয়েছিলাম এবার শিশু আচ্ছা ঠিক আছে আমি এখন বাইরে আছি তাহলে আমি ফোন করে দেবো source person residents के पीछे करना ओके 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 very easy we call busting sir okay he's coming yes he's coming so outside oh for post lunch session so you are staying here you are staying which place
இந்த பொண்ணை கால் பண்ணுங்க தள்ளி பக்கத்தில் போங்க கொஞ்சம் தள்ளி போங்க அப்போ தான் தெரியும் ஏய் சிரிக்கிறேன் நான் போதும் தேங்க்யூ தெரியாம கால்
Yes, we arrange the vehicle and we go and take this. This box? Give it. ஃப்ரீ ஆயிடுச்சு நம்ம
இங்கே பாருங்க இப்போல்ல இங்கே பாருங்க அவங்களே
இது எதுவும் ஆன்லைன்ல இல்ல ஆன்ல இருக்கா
அதெல்லாம் ஆஃப் பண்ணிட்டு போயிருப்பாங்கக்கா இதெல்லாம் அதெல்லாம் ஆஃப் பண்ணிட்டு தான் போயிருப்பாங்க
இல்ல ஆன்ல தெரியல
தெரியலா
ஆமா
சரி
சரி
பரவாயில்ல
பரவாயில்ல இதெல்லாம் டெலிட் பண்ணிடுவோம்
வீடியோ ரெக்கார்டிங்லாம் இல்லை
சிரிக்க மாட்டீங்க முறைச்சிங்க தயவு செஞ்சு இது பேர் செல்ஃபி நீ சொல்லு அதுக்கு அந்த கொண்டு கொடுத்து ரெக்கார்ட் ஆகிட்டு இருக்கா ரெக்கார்ட் ஆகிட்டு இருக்கா சந்தோஷ் நைட்டாக நம்ம அப்படியே சந்தோஷ் பண்ணுறது
Yeah. Not income. Income is also. Become
teachers from outside colleges, some teachers,
And they also follow this discussion also. It's clear. That's all things that are so I want to give some Steve photograph, that is soft copy through just WhatsApp. Just soft copy, that is WhatsApp.
தம்பி தம்பி
டோக்கன் இல்லைன்னா நம்ம இதெல்லாம் வாங்க கையில் போட்டு கொடுப்பாங்க இங்கே சேஃபாக இருக்கும்
இருக்கும் அதில் ஒன்றும் இல்லை டாட்டா கூட ஆனால் பாருங்க மனுஷன் கடைசி வரைக்கும் வந்து பார்க்கவே இல்லை டிடிடியே போடல
எல்லாம் வந்து சாப்பிட்டு முடிச்சு செத்தா வந்து தூங்குவோம் இல்லை வேலை எவ்வளோ லைஃப் பண்ண எந்த சேனல் எத்தனை பேர் பார்க்குறாங்க பார்ப்போம் ஃபஸ்ட்டு வாய்ப்பே இல்லை சும்மா லைவ்னு ஓடிக்கிட்டு இருக்கோம் பார்க்கட்டுமே கேட்க வரலன்னு காணா உங்கள்ட்ட சும்மா ஏமாற்றி வச்சிருக்காங்க. எதாக இருந்தாலும் எவன் கேட்டு என்ன பண்ணுறேன்? எனக்கு லிஸ்ட்டு கொடுத்தா நான் அவனுக்கு வாங்கி வைக்க முடியும். எதுவும்
நேற்று சும்மா கொடுத்துருக்கேன். தேவையே இல்லை. நான் அப்படி கொடுத்துட்டேன்.
இதை வச்சு இதை ஃபுல்லாக முடிச்சிட்டாங்க.
யாருமே வரல. யாருமே பண்ணுறது வரல. அப்படியே கொடுத்துருக்கேன்.
டேய் இவங்க தான் வந்தாங்கடா. காந்தி சூர்யா
3 பேர் தான் வந்தாங்க. 4 பேர் தான் வந்தாங்க. அதுக்கு மேலே யாரும்
இவங்க பண்ணாங்க.
ஆமாம், சூர்யா, அப்புறம் அஜிதாலாம் இருக்காங்க.
அஜிதா வந்து யூனிவர்சிட்டிக்கு நான் காலேஜ் யூனிவர்சிட்டி. ஏன் அதுக்கு சொல்லுங்க.
இந்த ஆன்லைன் இதெல்லாம் யார் பார்க்குறாங்க?
ஆன்லைன் ரெஜிஸ்டர் பண்ண ப்ரெசன்டேஷன் ரெஜிஸ்டர் பண்ணணும். அது எல்லாமே டெஸ்க்கு முன்னாடி தான்.
அங்கே கேட்டால் அவங்க ஸ்பாட்டில் உள்ளவங்க தான் அங்கே வாங்க மற்ற இது வந்து ஆன்லைனில் உள்ளவங்களே தெரியாதுங்கிறாங்க.
இல்லை, ஆன்லைனில் ரெஜிஸ்டர் பண்ணியிருந்தீங்கன்னா அவங்க வந்து லிஸ்ட்டு
எதுக்கு சொல்கிறீங்க? ஆன்லைன் ப்ரெசன்டேஷன் பண்ணவா?
இல்லைப்பா, ஆன்லைன் ரிஜிஸ்ட்ரேஷன் பண்ணிட்டேன். நேற்று நான் ப்ரெசென்ட் பண்ணணும்னு நினச்சா வர முடியல. ரேட்.
ஓகே.
ஸோ இன்றைக்கி நான் அருள்தாஸ்கிட்ட பேசினேன். சொன்னால் நீங்கள் செஷன் வாங்க சார், எப்படி இருக்குன்னு பாருங்கள் அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டாரு.
ஓகே.
ஸோ எனக்கு என்னென்னா அட்டண்டன்ஸ் ஏதாவது உண்டா, ரிஜிஸ்டரில் கையெழுத்து போடணுமா, எதுவுமே சொல்லணும். அங்கே கேட்டால் ஸ்பாட்டில் உள்ளவங்களுக்கு தான். நாங்கள் ஆன்லைனில் எல்லா பணமும் பே பண்ணிட்டோம் அப்படின்னு.
அட்டண்டன்ஸ் எதுவும் எடுக்கல. உங்களுக்கு பார்ட்டிசிபேஷன் சர்டிஃபிகேட் வந்து அங்கே உங்களுக்கு ப்ரொவைட் பண்ணிடுவாங்க.
சரி,
நீங்கள் ப்ரெசென்ட்
என்னோட எந்த
பண்ணுறீங்களா?
பிரச்சனை இருக்குது?
நீங்கள் ப்ரெசென்ட் பண்ணுறீங்க பேப்பர் ப்ரெசென்ட் பண்ணுறீங்க? பண்ணுறீங்களா?
பண்ணுறேன்.
ஓகே. பண்ணுறீங்கன்னா அவங்க ப்ரெசென்ட் பண்ணி முடிச்சுன்னா அவங்க சர்டிஃபிகேட் உங்களுக்கு ரெடி ஆகும். உங்கள் அட்டண்டன்ஸ் ஷீட் இருக்குது உங்களுக்கு.
ஆக்சுவலி உங்கள் ஒய்ஃப் இஸ் எஸ்ஆர்சி
ஓகே.
நானும் அவங்க சேர்ந்து தான் இந்த பேப்பர் ப்ரிப்பேர் பண்ணேன்.
ஓகே.
அது எனக்கு வந்துருதாங்கிறது கன்ஃபர்மேஷனே வரல.
அது வந்து ரெஜிஸ்டர் ஆகிடுச்சா?
ரிஜிஸ்டர் ஆகிடுச்சு. எனக்கு வந்து பணம் மாத்திரம் கலெக்ட் பண்ணாங்க. அது
தயாரா சர்டிஃபிகேட்
சார்.
தயாரா சர்டிஃபிகேட் சார். உங்கள் நேம் சார்?
ராமசுப்ரமணியன்.
நேம் கேட்டு
ராமசுப்ரமணியன் பி.
செஷன்
வேறு யாருமே இல்லை சார். ஆனால் சார் அந்த பேப்பர் ப்ரெசன்டேஷன் பண்ணுறது
இந்த லிஸ்ட்டு வச்சு
ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணுங்க சார். ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணுங்க.
இல்லை இது முடிஞ்சுதான்
போட்டது
ரெண்டு இடத்துல வச்சு
இங்கேயும் அங்கே அப்படின்னாலும் டைம் ஆகும்.
எல்லாம் ஃப்ரீ பண்ணி
நேற்று பண்ணாதவங்க நிறைய பேர்
மேலே எல்லாத்தையும் மேலே
பண்ணாதவங்களே
அனுப்பிச்சு
பண்ணாங்களே 5 பேர்.
இங்கே 10 பேர் வச்சுருவோம். மிச்சம் எல்லாத்தையும் மேலே அனுப்பிடுவோம். மேலே அது வாட்டி போயிட்டு கீழே
10 பேரை முடிச்சுட்டு வேலிடிட்டி ஃபங்க்ஷன் ஆரம்பிக்கும்.
இங்கே 20 பேர் வச்சுட்டு மேலே 10 பேர்
அது 10 பேர். அந்த 10 பேர் லிஸ்ட்டு மட்டும் நான் கொடுத்துருக்கேன். அந்த நேம்ஸ் நான் ரீட் பண்ணிடுறேன்.
அந்த 10 பேர் நீங்கள் லிஸ்ட்டு அதான் சார் அந்த 10 பேர் லிஸ்ட்டு மட்டும் நீங்கள் கொடுத்துருங்க சார். நான் நேம் ஃபில் அவுட் பண்ணிடுறேன். மற்ற எல்லாரையும் நம்ம நாளை கொடுத்துருக்கோம்.
ஃபீட்பேக் வாங்கிட்டு வரேன்.
சார் அவங்க அந்த ஆன்லைனில் புக் பண்ணணும்னு சொல்கிறாங்க. அப்போ உட்காந்து வயசானவங்க ப்ளூ கலர் சட்டை போட்டு அவங்க ஆன்லைனில் புக் பண்ணாங்கன்னா ப்ரெசன்டேஷன் எடுத்து நேற்று புக் பண்ணாங்கன்னா நான் வரல. ஸோ நீங்கள் பண்ணணும்.
ஆன்லைனில் முடிஞ்சு எத்தனை நேரம் ஒரு 40 பேர் லிஸ்ட்டு
ஆன்லைனில் புக் பண்ணிடலாம்.
எப்போ சார் ஸ்டார்ட்
இப்போ கொஞ்சம் அவங்கள்ட்ட பேசுங்களேன். அவங்க வயசானவங்களாக இருக்காங்க.
சார் 2:10 ஆயிடுச்சு.
அவங்க வயசானவங்களாக இருக்காங்க. கொஞ்சம் பேசுங்களேன்.
சாரா சரி
ரிசோர்ஸ் வந்து சிவகுமார். சிவசங்கரம் சார். சிவசங்கரம் இன்னும் வரல சார். சார் சைரா சார். சிவசங்கரம் சார். சிவசங்கரம் வரல. யார் சார்? யார் சார் கூப்பிட்டுருக்காங்க? யார் கூப்பிட்டுருக்காங்க சார்? பேட்ஸ்மேன் சார் கேளுங்க
அடுத்து யாருமே செஷன்
அடுத்த செஷன் வந்து சிவசங்கர் ஓகே ஓகே.
சார் நன்னி பேசுகிறேன். ஜெரம் சார்.
ஹலோ ஹலோ ஜெரம் சார். ரிசோர்ஸ் பர்சன் இன்னும் வரல சார். சிவசங்கர் டாக்டர் சார் வாங்க.
பேர் என்ன? பேர் என்ன?
சொல்லுங்கள் சார். நம்ம சொல்லுங்கள். 86894825761. கால் ரிசோர்ஸ் பர்சன் ரிசோர்ஸ் பர்சன் கேட்டியா? இன்னும் வரலையா?
அவங்க வந்து ரொம்ப நேரம் உட்காந்து போர் அடிக்கணும்.
கூப்பிடுறா
கூப்பிட்டு ஆரம்பிச்சிடலாமா? ஸ்டாஃப் யாருமே இல்லையே சார்.
அவர் இந்த கூட வினோ வினோ அவளை ஆர்டர் பண்ணுங்க.
வெட்டு மொத்தம் வந்து கேட்டு வரல. அது எங்கே என்ன இருக்குது? இன்னும்
வினோ சார் வந்துட்டாங்க. வினோ சொல்லு வந்துட்டாங்கன்னு சொல்லு.
ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணலாமா சார்? ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணலாம்.
சார் ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணலாம் சார்.
பின்னாடி வச்சுக்கலாம் கடைசியில்
இல்லை சார்.
சார் முதலே முடிச்சிடலாம் சார். டக்குன்னு
ஃபோட்டோ எடுக்கணும்.
நான் எடுக்கிறேன் சார். நான் எடுக்கிறேன்.
அந்த ஃபோட்டோ போனதுக்கு என்னென்னு வைக்கணும்.
சார் ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணுறேன் சார். அதுக்கப்புறம்
ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணி
Good afternoon everyone. Now we shall begin the technical session 8 and we have Dr. V. Shivashankar, Associate Professor, Department of Economics, School of Management Studies, Pondicherry University on the topic Digital Economy and Digital Skill Development. Now I request Dr. Sagayaraj, Department of Commerce to honor a resource person with a shawl and memento. Now I call upon Mr. Alto from 2nd MCom to introduce our research person.
Good afternoon everyone. It's a great pleasure for me to introduce our resource person of session 8, Dr. V. Shivashankar, who is Associate Professor, Department of Economics, School of Management, Pondicherry University. He has organized workshops in social science for PhD scholars and also paper presented in several seminars and conferences. He has participated in orientation program and refresh course in economics. He has also conducted a field of research on slavery in export market in garments industry in Tamil Nadu and on perception of employers about HIV/AIDS at work in Tamil Nadu. He has received Young Economist Award 2017 and Best Paper Award by Association of Economists of Tamil Nadu, and he has also received various awards. And he has completed his diploma in data presentation and computer software at Tamil Nadu Government Cooperative Industrial Training Institute. He has acted as the Indian Economic Association Life Member, the Indian Society of Labour Economic Life Member, Indian Institute of Public Administration Life Member, and so on. We are so happy to have you as a resource person. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon to all. Respected Secretary, Principal of the College, HOD in the Department of Commerce, faculty members in the department, other invited delegates, other professors, paper presenters, and participants, my dear students. Once again, my good morning to all. It's give me immense pleasure to part in the two-day national seminar on Digital India, Progress towards inclusive fulfillment for sustainable development in the digital economy. So it's a great honor to me. My special thanks to Dr. Jerome, convener of this seminar, invited me to deliver the lecture on digital economy and digital deliverances in my talk. So it's a tough time to deliver lecture after lunch. Okay, even though I am delivered. So my allotted topic is digital economy and digital deliverances.
My outline of the presentation as follows. So first one is the concept of digital economy, then problem of measurement of digital economy, size of the digital economy in India, and the fourth one is the methodology, and the fifth one is the what is digital literacy, what is digital skill, and what is digital gap in India, and the sixth one is the different type of digital skill in India, and the seventh one is the regional perspective of digital skill in India, then digital gap and the digital divide in India, what are the factors to determine digital divide in India, then major findings and my policy suggestions. Okay. Coming to the main. Then I introduce the concept of digital economy. So what is the digital economy? So this is a lack of consensus among the scholars, both science as well as the social science. So digital economy is the problematic one. The conceptualization is the problematic one. So in the situations or in the context, the United Nations System of Accounting, UN agency, has introduced the concept because different nations have introduced the concept of different perspective. So the UN regulate the concept. This concept, the term, the digital economy is often associated with the terms such as internet economy, then cloud economy, sharing economy, and demand economy. At present, some economists use knowledge economy also. Okay. Then digital economy consists of two major components. One is the digital product and the digital transformation. In the context, digital economy refers to the digital product involved in typical digital transformation. Then what is digital product? Digital product is interchangeably to digital technologies. This digital product or this digital technologies categorized into three. One is digitalization, second one is digitalization, and the third one is digital transformation. So this is the three concepts introduced by UN. Okay. Then coming to the what is digitalization. So digitalization refers to the process of converting data into the digital format. So the neighbor in our department is the data science. So the digital economy or digitalization is a computer world related to 0 to 1 or 1 to 0. This is the digital world. Okay. Coming to the second, what is digitalization? So digitalization refers to the incorporation of digital data into established production process to achieve higher efficiency. It means that digitalization involving in the production process. Third one is the digital transformation. What is digital transformation? So digital transformation, which is similar to the digitalization, except that it refers to the more extensive integration of digital products, such as large enterprises involving hundreds of employees and the tools in the strategy for digital technologies. Then, in the context, digital economy refers to a set of business activities which involve use of digital technologies. So digital economy, coming to the digital economy. So digital economy, what is digital economy? Refers to the set of business activities it involved the use of digital technologies. What are the digital technologies? One is the software applications, second one is the internet infrastructure, and the third one is the advanced computer. These three components, software applications, internet infrastructures, and the advanced computers. It greatly enhances the existing business process. These three components existing there, business process, or it create new or innovative business model. This is called a digital economy. Okay. Then, what is digital product? So, digital product is the one of the component in the digital economy. What is the digital product? Digital product consists of 5 elements. One is the software publishing, and the second one is the web publishing, and the telecommunication services, and the fourth one is the personalized and support services. Okay. Then decomposing the digital product, then we are going to the decomposing the digital product. One is the hardware. What are the components of the hardware? Decomposing the hardware. One is the computing machinery and the parts and accessories, that disk, tapes, solid state on non-volatile storage devices and other media and not recorded media. Okay, then coming to the software. What is software? Software cartridge for video games, Fluence package software originals, software downloads, online games and online softwares. These are all the software. Then what is web publishing? Web publishing, sales of internet advertising space except on commissions, okay, on telephone contact. Then what is telecommunication services? Telecommunication services involve telephony and other telecommunication services, internet telecommunication services. Then final one, specialized and supportive services, IT, information technology consulting and support services, IT designs and development services for applications. Then IT designs and development services, network and system. Then hosting and IT infrastructure, providing for services, IT infrastructures and network management services. So these are all the component of the digital product. So in the context, there are many different definitions evolved. I only reference here only two definitions. One is the Oxford Economic definitions. The digital assets is extended to include digital goods depreciable within 1 year, but within the same contribution to production process as capital, as well as all kinds of capital used by the digital sector, including services imported through the digital assets abroad. Okay, then there are many definitions evolved over the period. I come into the final one, that is the Asia Development Bank. Recently, 2021, they developed the one concept, what is the digital economy. So, the digital economy consists of digital product, generate, process and storage digital data. That is the recent one, this concept developed by the Asian Development Bank. Okay, so these are the conceptual problem. There are many countries adopted different concept. The UN regulate the concept. So at recent time, Asian Development Bank also regulate the concept of the digital economy. Okay. Then measurement problem. So in economics, everything we measure in GDP terms, in real terms. Okay. In economy, in the digital economy, in Indian perspective, there are two. One is the hardware and another one is the software. The hardware come under the electronic sector, electronic manufacturing sector, whereas in the service come under the treasury sector, in service sectors. Okay, software come under the service sector. But UN not accept this. UN standardize the concept. Okay. Then UN divided into this digital product and the digital industry to the GDP. Digital economy defined by both the digital product and the digital industries. So the specific digital products and digital industries, already we discussed it, the digital products are come under the 5. Then UN finally, the digital economy come into this. One is the country's digital economy based on the proposed core digital products. We already discussed what are the digital products. Then digital products divided into two. One is the digital industry in the GDP. Another one is the digital enabling industries, that is value added digital product. So in the first digital industry come under the forward linkage, and the second one digital enabling industry come under the backward linkage. So we know that what is forward linkage? Forward linkage means that one investment, particularly in the digital sector investment, manufacturing investment, will lead to another type of investment, that is called forward linkage. and the backward linkage is related to the supply chain. It's a relationship between the production process and output. That is called the supply chains. So the digital economy consists of two. One is the forward linkage as well as the backward linkage. This is the measurement made by the United Nations system. Okay. So this is the conceptualizing my paper based on the United Nations accounting system. Come into the digital economy in India. Okay. So we are living in the digital world. So the recent study in 2016, according to Minsky Global Institute, reported that India is one of the largest and faster growing market for digital consumers with 560 million internet subscribers in 2018, second only to the China. India mobile data users consume 8.3 gigabytes of data each month on average, compared with the 5.5 gigabytes for mobile users in China, and somewhere in the range of 8.0 to 8.5 gigabits in digital economy. So India has 1.2 billion mobile phone subscriptions and downloads more than 12 million apps in 2020. So India will increase the number of internet users about by 40% to 750 million and 800 million, and double the number in smartphone between 650 million and 700 million mobile phone in 2023. So at present, more than 700 million mobile phone in India 2023. This study also found that the digital sector such as IT and business process management, digital communication services, electronic manufacturing could double the GDP level 355 billion to 435 billion in 2025. So new in the employment sector, it create in the employment, agriculture, education, energy, financial services, healthcare, logistics and retail sector, its contribution increases 10 billion to 150 billion in 2025. Okay, so digital economy would create 60 million to 65 million direct and indirect jobs in the Indian labor market. Okay, these are all the structure of the digital economy in India. Okay, so now I come into the digital deliverances. So digital deliverances. So in the digital deliverances, I use methodology. So in the methodology, I use two major sources. Only one major source, that is National Sample Survey Organization. This National Sample Survey Organizations provided two reports. One is the report number 585, that is called Household Consumption Education in India 2017 and 18, and the latest one, that is called report number 589, that is called Multiple Indicator Survey 2020. This is NSSO 75th round and 78th round. Okay. So on the basis of methodology developed by the NSSO. Okay. So before going into the methodology, we need some concept. Then we are going to discuss this table. Okay. Then we know what is digital literacy. So according to Ministry of Electronics and Information Technologies, defined that digital literacy as the ability of individuals and communicate to understand and use digital technologies for meaningful action within the life situation. Any individuals who can operate computer, laptop, tablet, smartphone and use of other IT related tools is being considered as a digital literacy. So digital literacy. Then digital literate to the digital skill. We know what is digital skill. So digital skill refer to the information and the communication tools. It is an ICT tools is an important indicator for assessing the level of preponderance for the development of digital economy. The ITC skill depends on the educational interventions have helped to the growth of this. So digital literacy is totally different from the digital skill. Then indicator of the digital skill. What are the indicators for the digital skill? Otherwise, what are the components of the digital skill? Whether you have digital skill or not. Okay. So the digital skills is ICT skills. It consisting of 9 indicators. These 9 indicators made by the NSSO. First one is the whether able to copy or move file or folder in your computer. First indicator is the whether able to copy or move a file or folder. Then second whether able to use copy and paste tools to duplicate or move information with document. Then third one is whether able to send emails with attached files, including attached files in document, pictures and videos. Whether able to use basic or arithmetic formula in a spreadsheet, that is called Excel. Whether able to content and install new devices, that is called modern camera, printer installation, whether you have knowledge on installing capacity. Then sixth, whether able to find, download, install and configure software. Then seventh, whether able to create electronic presentation with presentation software, including text, image, sound, video or charts, including this PowerPoint also. Whether able to transfer files between computer and other device. And the last one is whether able to write a computer program using a specialized program language. These are all the component of the digital skill. If you have this 9 skill, you are a digital skilled persons. Okay. If anything is absent, you are not under this category. Okay. This broader 9 categories again divided into 3 major groups. One is the basic digital skill. One is the basic digital skill. One is the basic digital skill and another one is intermediate digital skill. Third one is specialized digital skill. So the digital skill divided into 3 major, there are 9 digital indicators. These 9 digital indicators divided into 3 major. One is the basic digital skill, second one is the intermediate digital skill and the third one is the specialized digital skill. Okay. So I am under the category of the basic digital skill. I am not in the intermediate and the specialized. Okay. What is the basic digital skills? Whether you have it or not, you check it your own. It's what is the basic digital skill? It's move a file, use copy and paste tools, send emails and spreadsheet. Spreadsheet in sense, I already told that Excel. Okay. So in the criteria, first one is these are the basics. Okay. In India, as far as 2020 NSSO data, so majority are come under the basic skill. So these are the component. Then what are the 4 component in the basic skills? Copy or move file and folder. Then second one is the use of copy and paste tools to duplicate or move information within the document. And the third one is send the emails. Okay. So again this divided into 2 group. One is the 15 to 24 age group and another one is the 15 to 29 age group. So this is the first one is the school level category and the second one is the higher education level categories, college level categories. Okay, so you look at this chart and where you are start. Okay, then second one is the intermediate digital skill. So what are the component of the intermediate digital skills? Okay, connect, install and new device. And second one is the find, downloads, install, configure softwares. Third one is the create electronics presentation with the presentation of softwares including text, image, sound and video or charts. And fourth one is the transfer of files between computer and other device. So this is the category. This is the category of the intermediate digital skill. And the third category, that is called specialized digital skills. So specialized digital skills means you have the knowledge about computer programming or programming language. So in India, totally we are exporting software. So India is the largest software export countries. But India have the digital skill of in the labor force only 2.4% of the labor force. Means that only 2.4% have the knowledge about the programming language. Among this, male as the highest and the female as the lowest. Okay, these are the three components of the digital skill. Then, coming to the regional perspective. So, in the regional perspective, I also made some small exercise. So, regional perspective also basic and intermediate and higher level. Okay, so we are in Tamil Nadu. You go to the, I am only present here for all India perspective of different states and different regions. We are in Tamil Nadu. 27.6% of the households have the basic skills. Okay, then coming to the intermediate skill also reduced 23%. Then specialized skills, Tamil Nadu has the largest exporters of software, only 3.0%. Only 3.0%. Okay. So our point is otherwise our empirical evidence clearly stated that the digital gaps. What is digital gaps? Digital gaps refers to the distribution of such skill. What skill? That three type of skill: basic skill, intermediate skills, and program learning skill. Especially across the gender and across the regions. So this empirical evidence clearly shows digital divide across rural and urban area. In the 36 states, there are different. Digital divide refers not only for space, and it's also digital divide for women and men, young and old. Okay, so this create digital divide. So among the states, particularly in the southern state, Kerala has the highest digital literacy state, followed by the Karnataka, and the third one is the Tamil Nadu as the third place. Whereas in the bottom of the digital skill, so the majority bottom low level of digital skill states are so-called cow belt states, like Uttar Pradesh has the lowest digital skill, followed by Bihar, Rajasthan, and even Gujarat also low level of digital skill. So the digital skill, this low level of digital skill. So Kerala, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu has the high level of digital skill, whereas in the northern state has the low level of digital skill. It divides the digital divide in India. So what is the digital divide? Digital gap. Then what is the digital divide? So digital divide refers to the gap between those with the ability to access, use the internet services. Okay. The digital divide concept also defined by the OECD countries, that is called Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, also defined this concept. The gap between the individuals, households business and geographical area at different socio-economic level with regard is the both their opportunities to access information and the communication technology and to the use of the internet for the wide variety of activities. That is called a digital divide. So this digital divide, this digital skill, low level of digital skill make digital divide. Thus, digital divide is the mirror of existing socio-economic disparities, but it also creates further barriers to access the new economic opportunities for the poor. Thus, the digital economy to ensure more egalitarian distribution in the digital world. Egalitarian distribution in the digital world. Then what are the factors? Then what are the factors responsible for digital divides in India? So first factor is there are both demand factors as well as the supply factors. What are the supply factors responsible for digital divide? One is the availability and affordability, quality in services, relevance of the skill and the additional device. What are the demand for the digital side factors? One is the education, second one is the accessibility of computer, availability of internet, availability of mobile phone, availability of broadband. Okay. So then what is availability? Then what is the availability? The availability, access to the internet in your area. So digital divide availability. The availability access to the internet in your area is the near point connections to the internet, such as availability is just the first step in the internet access. That is the availability. So availability in the sense not only the computers and the mobile phone, it's availability related to the access to the internet. Then affordability. Affordability is the access to affordable. How does this compare to other essential goods? This internet, how is essential compared to other essential goods? What percentage of your income do spend on this affordability? Then the next one is the quality of services. Quality of services are the upload and download speeds is sufficient for the local network. That is called the quality of services. And the relevance. What is the relevance in digital divide? Does the connected community have the necessary for this? If the internet facilities is there, it is the relevant for the community. Internet facilities is there, but there is no skill of the community, it is not a relevance. Then additional device. This additional device including the security, interconnectivity, digital literacy and social norms and access to care. Okay. Coming to the factors. What are the factors determining the digital divide? First factor is the education. In India, according to the latest scientific round 2017-18, the number of literate only 77.7%. So India is one of the largest illiterate country in the world. So illiterate 26%, up to primary 18%, middle 16%, secondary 16%, higher secondary 11%, and graduate only 10%. In Tamil Nadu it is exemption 30%. In the higher level education enrollment 30%, whereas in overall India has only 10%. So it means that the higher level of education will lead to a higher level of access to the digital skill. Whereas in India, less than 10% of the people have the higher educations. So and as a result, low level of digital skill in India. So, low level of literacy, low level of skill lead to low level of digital skill in India. This is my point. Then, household computers. Household computers. How many households in India have the computers? How many households in India have the computers? So, some houses, there are 2 computers, 3 computers or 5 computers, whereas NSSO reported that in all India only 10.7% households have the computers. This computer including desktop and laptop, iPad including. These are all the computers. So only 10% of the household have the computers. Within this 10%, rural households have only 4% have the household in computers, whereas in urban has the 23%. So it clearly indicated that there is a more digital gap between rural and urban. Then coming to the household internet. So in computer it is less than 10%. Then within the 10% of household, how many of them internet facilities? In urban area, 42% have the urban internet facilities. In rural area, only 14% have the internet facilities. In overall India, only 23% of households have the internet connectivity. It means that those which have computers, only 23.83%. Then, coming to the Tamil Nadu as the household. Next is the mobile phone. Mobile phone also another indicator of the digital skill. So in Tamil Nadu, 57% of households have the mobile phone. Some mobile phone is the common uses. Only one households. Only one households. This mobile phone including Android phone and non-Android phone. Okay. So in all India level, only 50%, less than 50%, 45% of the households have the mobile phone. Whereas in the rural area, only 37% have the mobile phone. Whereas in urban area, around 60% have the mobile phone. So this also clearly indicated that the mobile phone accessibility. So whereas in look at the data, Kerala has the highest level of mobile phone, whereas in Uttar Pradesh has the lowest. In addition to this, the small state, northeastern state have the more mobile phones. Then mobile phone. Then coming to the next. Access to mass media. Access to mass media. Among the digital sources, mass media is much accessed than any other sources, digital sources. So, mass media, what are the mass media? Mass media is one is the internet, another one is the newspaper, magazine, radio, television. These are all come under the mobile. So, these are all come under the digital phone. So, in India, we have in the digital literacy, mass media has the highest. At the all India level, it is 77%. In rural, it is 70%. Whereas in the urban households have the 90% have the household mass media. Whereas among the state, Kerala has the highest mass media. Then access to broadband. So broadband also related to the connection of the computers. So in India, only 10% of the household have the computers. So in the broadband, only 41.8%. Whereas in rural 32% and urban also 62%. In the broadband connectivity is related to the internet. So Kerala has the again highest, Karnataka has the second, Tamil Nadu has the third, again the Uttar Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, Bihar and Chhattisgarh has the lowest in the broadband. Then, coming to my major findings. So the Government of India is promoting the flagship program, Digital India. So this Digital India with the vision of transform India into the digital economy, empowered society and knowledge economy. So in the process, government has been deploying emerging technology to enhance the delivery of services to the citizens. So Indian economy as the digital one. But as per UN e-participation index 2022 reported that, which is the compositive measure of the important dimension of e-government, that is called digital economy, online services, telecommunication connectivity, human capacity, India has the rank of 105 out of 193 countries. So in the context, India, whether it is the 5th largest economy or 3rd largest economy, this is not a question. In the digital knowledge perspective, India has the rank of 105 out of 193 countries. So this report says that India is at the fairly high level in terms of human capital, development and the online services provisions. So, but lack of low level of infrastructure development in the digital. So this is evidence of the intense digital divide between the rich and the poor, urban area and the rural area, men and women, among different caste and religion. If you go to the NSSO report number latest, that 2021 NSSO, so it's clearly indicated that there is a digital divide between rich and poor, urban and rural areas, men and women, among different castes, among different religions. So in the overall, the NSSO reported that southern states, Kerala, Karnataka, Tamilnadu and even Andhra Pradesh are better positioned in digital India than the northern states. So this divide mirrors the existing socio-economic inequalities. Why this digital divide between north and south? Because of it is the mirror of the socio-economic inequalities. It means that often the most marginalized group are being the least digitalized, whereas the privileged group have enjoyed the more digital benefit. So this is the empirical evidence. So what my policy suggestion? This policy suggestion, this study or this empirical evidence highlighted that economic inequality is the key driver of the digital divide. So economic inequality is the key digital divide. This economic inequality creates the digital inequality. The government effort to bridge India current income inequality. So this income inequality is the most responsible for the digital inequality. So how to remove this income inequality? To ensure the minimum wage or decent wage, reducing the indirect taxes, and to ensure the universal health and education for the poor. Then what is the second? The most basic steps towards bridging the digital gap is the availability. In rural area, it's difficult to access internet, whereas in urban area, it is easy to access. So in the network connectivity, particularly Wi-Fi and the internet access to ensure easy in the rural area. And the third one is the community services network as a subject of crowdsourced and network designed to open, free and neutralize and often reliant to the shared infrastructure to the common resources. So that this digital resources converted into the common resources, not in the market price. Then, fourth one is to ensure universal access to internet connectivity. It has to be affordable for the masses. It includes to drive down prices, internet prices. The government can intervene with the digital infrastructure to not only make internet affordability but also push for the greater accessibility to smartphone to all households. The government has to strong regulatory figures in this regard, ensure that the data and the broadband services are not monopolized by the private players like Adani and Adani. Okay. So additionally, the government can lower taxes on computers and phones that are often prohibited high price. So digital literacy campus, conduct digital literacy campus, especially in rural India, to teach the use technology in school and digitalize at the panchayat and the school levels. Then, so establish responsive and accountable grievances redressal mechanism to handle education technique, electronic technique, health technique related complaint by the parents and the children's other concerns. So the technical based solution are not always IT technical based solution are not always the right answer. People need to have multiple ways to accept the public services and their entitlements. Finally, I conclude that the Digital India progress towards inclusive fulfillment for sustainable development in the digital economy. This is the topic of the seminar. But my empirical evidence reported that this is not visible in India. Actually, the digital divide the society. So Digital India makes not here inclusive, it is here exclusive. And this exclusiveness make digital divide more inclusive. So thank you very much.
I convey my humble notes of thanks to Dr. V. Shivasankar for his valuable perspective on digital economy and digital skills deliverance. Thank you, sir.
Any questions? Okay.
For your kind information, dear participants, the following list of paper presenters are asked to remain in the same venue. Darin Dharan, Vellalar College of Engineering. Can you please come forward? Dhanuja Shri, Rama Subramanian from SRC College, Manivanan and Tiruchirappalli from CAR College of Arts and Science. Please come forward. Shyam Prasad, St. Joseph College, Jumana Hashim, Ivan College, Bhagat Singh, Sri Ramakrishna College of Arts and Science, Radha Krishnan, Madhivanan, CAR College of Arts and Science, Tiruchi. You are 7%. Yeah. Karthikeyan, Swami Dayananda College of Arts and Science. Mail sorry, mail The remaining participants are asked to move to the BCom Honors third floor. in the same building. The remaining participants who are going to present the paper are asked to move to the BCom Honors 3rd floor. I repeat, the remaining participants, the paper presenters are asked to move to the BCom Honors 3rd floor. Third floor, BCom Honors 3rd floor. என்ன ப்ரோ மீதவங்கெல்லாம் தேர்ட் ஃப்ளோர் லிஸ்ட் அங்கே தான் ஆமாம் ப்ரோ லிஸ்ட்டாக அங்கே தான் உங்கள் பேர் எல்லாமே அங்கே கொடுத்தாச்சு அதனால நான் வரலையா அப்போ நாங்கள் எல்லாருமே அங்கே தான் பண்ணுறோம் நீங்கள் எல்லாம் அங்கே பண்ணிடணும் ப்ரோ நீங்கள் முடியும் டைம் நீங்கள் எல்லாரும் அங்கே பண்ணி சீக்கிரம் போங்க அங்கே பண்ணிடலாம் உங்களை ஃபஸ்ட்டே சொல்லிட்டாங்க சீக்கிரம் போயிருங்க நான் பார்த்து லிஸ்ட்டு தான் ஃபஸ்ட்டு ஒரு சில பேர் கொடுப்பாங்க எல்லாம் அங்கே தான் ஒரு சில பேர் எக்ஸ்பீரியன்ஸ் புரியுது என்ன இல்லை ஒரு சில பேர் மட்டும் ப்ரெசென்ட் பண்ணுறோம் நான் எதுனால சரி பெருசாக இருக்குது அப்படின்னு இல்லை இதனாலனா இங்கே வந்து அதுக்கப்புறம் வேலிடிட்டி ஃபங்க்ஷன் நடக்க போகுது வேலிடிட்டி ஃபங்க்ஷன் நடக்க போகுது 4:30 ஸோ 10 பேர் தான் இங்கே வந்து சீக்கிரமாக முடிக்கணும் அது ஃபங்க்ஷன் ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணி இங்கே நம்ம வந்து 5:30 வந்து ஒப்படைக்கணும் ஆளை கொடுக்கணும் அதனால இப்போ நம்ம இது கொடுக்குறோம் ரேண்டமாக தான் புக் பண்ணியிருக்கோம் ஸோ கொடுக்கணும் 5:30 அதனால இப்போ ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணணும் 10 பேர் தான் இங்கே பண்ண முடியும் மிச்சம் எல்லாருமே அங்கே தான் பிகப் பசங்க 2 பேரும் மேலே பண்ணுறாங்க ஓகே அங்கே தான் பண்ணணும் மேலே நாங்கள் ஒரு வாட்டி போயிட்டோம் கீழே அனுப்பிச்சிட்டாங்க திரும்ப மேலே எல்லாருமே அங்கே 2 தடவை 4 மணி ஏறிட்டோம் இப்போ தான் விட்டுட்டு வந்தேன் நான் அங்கே தான் வந்தேன் லிஸ்ட்டாக லிஸ்ட்டு வாசிட்டேன் ஆனால் 2 பேர் தான் சார் இருக்காங்க 1 பேர் மேலே போயிட்டாங்க எந்த காலேஜ் சார் 1 2 இதில் அப்போ முடிச்சிட்டேன் நீங்கள் நேற்று 3 நீங்கள் முடிச்சிட்டிங்களா சார் முடிச்சாச்சு நேற்று ஃபைனலாக நான் முடிச்சேன் இல்லையா ஆமாம் சார் முடிச்சிட்டாங்களே சார் ஒரு 10 பேர் நான் முடிச்சேன் ஒரு 20 பேர் கேர் காலேஜ் இருக்கா அதனால் கேட்குறேன் நேற்று முடிச்சோம்னா அங்கே லிஸ்ட்டு யார் முடிச்சாச்சு இல்லை சார் சார் உங்களே பற்றி டாக்டர் டி ஜெயபிரகாஷ் அதனால் நான் வந்து சார் பெரிய வென்யூவாக இருக்கேன் எங்கள் பேசுனாங்க நம்ம எல்லாரும் மேலே பண்ணி யாரும் தம்பி யாருக்கிட்ட பேசுவாங்க சார் நீங்கள் ஒருத்தர் தான் இருக்கு நான் மட்டும் தான் காலேஜில் ஓகே நீங்கள் எழுதி க்ரௌட் எப்படி இங்கே இப்போ எல்லாருமே மேலே போயிட்டாங்க இல்லை அதுக்கு க்ரௌட் இருக்குல்ல இல்லை இங்கே பண்ணுங்க 10 பேர் முன்னாடி பேச மாட்டேன் சார் சைரா சார் மாடரேட்டர் சேர் யார் இருக்கா மாடரேட்டர் யார் சார் ஒரு நிமிஷம் ஆனர் பண்ணணும் சார் யார் இல்லை லிஸ்ட் இல்லை இந்த பேர் லிஸ்ட் நேம் லிஸ்ட் வச்சுருந்தாங்க அதை கொடு சார் நான் நேம் லிஸ்ட்டில் இன்க்ளூட் பண்ணிட்டு இங்கேயே ப்ரெசென்ட் பண்ணியிருக்கேன் அசிஸ்டன்ட் ப்ரொஃபஸர் சார் சொன்னாங்க சார் இங்கே மக்களுக்கு கொடுத்து சரி ஓகே நெக்ஸ்ட் ரூமில் பண்ணிடுறேன் சார் ஆல்சோ இப்போ நான் 11th தான் இருக்கேன் இல்லையா ஸோ 2 பேர் முன்னாடியே எனக்கு சொல்லிடுங்க 34 ஸோ நான் அது சரி நான் அப்போ ஃப்ரெண்டில் வந்துடுறேன் ஒரு லிஸ்ட்டில் 34வது நேமே என்னோட அங்கே மேலே இது அங்கே இங்கே தான் பண்ண சொன்னாங்க அப்படியா சொன்னாங்க சார் சார் ஒரு 2 மினிட்ஸ் அப்புறம் நான் எல்லா நேமே இது பண்ணிவிட்டு இன்னொரு லிஸ்ட்டில் சரவணன் சேர்பர்சன் மாடரேட்டர் யாரா வைக்கின் சார் வருவாங்க வைக்கின் சார் மட்டும் ஆமாம் இல்லை குமார் சார் அவர் வராரா அது வந்து சார் மேலே யார் சார் மேலே யார் மேலே யார் போயிருக்காரா சரவணா மேலே வந்து சுகுமார் பிரின்சிபல் கேர் காலேஜ் ஆஃப் ஆர்ட்ஸ் அண்ட் சயின்ஸ் மேலே போயிட்டாங்க அவங்க போயிட்டாங்க சேர்பர்சன் கிடையாது மாடரேட்டர் போயிட்டாங்க இல்லை சார் அவர் வந்து மாடரேட்டர் மேலே வந்து மாடரேட்டர் இப்போ இன்னொரு சேர்பர்சன் இங்கே தான் வருவார் சார் ஸ்டே வெயிட் பண்ணுங்க சொல்கிறேன் அந்த நீங்கள் சிஸ்டம் சார் எல்லாத்துட்டையும் அந்த டைட்டில் வந்து பேசுகிறேன்னா லைட்டில் வந்து கொடுத்துருக்கோம் இல்லைன்னா 4 பேர் தான் சார் வந்திருக்காங்க அவர் பேப்பர் கொடுக்கல இப்போ ஹாஸ்டல்லே 4 பேர் தான் சார் வந்திருக்காங்க 5 பேர் 6 பேர் தான் வந்திருக்காங்க 10 பேரில் 7 பேர் தான் சார் வந்திருக்காங்க நேம் சரி நம்ம நேம்
காலேஜ் டைட்டில். இது மட்டும் எழுது ஆனர் பண்ணுறதுக்கு எழுதிட்டு இங்கே தான் சார்
இங்கே ஏற்கனவே டைட்டில் நான் இப்போ தான் முன்னாலே கொடுத்துட்டேங்க சார். 34வது பேரை ஆட் பண்ணாங்க. ஆனால் இங்கே வரலைங்க சார். இங்கே பேர் சர்டிஃபிகேட் எழுதுறவங்க நீங்கள் டைட்டில் எழுதுங்க. இல்லைன்னா உங்கள் நேம் மெயில் வேலடிக்ஷன் யாரும் வேலடிக்ஷன்
என்ன சார் புரியல.
வேலடிக்ஷன்
3 பேருமே பண்ணுறோம்.
6 பிகின் பண்ணுறோம்.
என்ன சார்
ப்ரேயர் சாங் இருக்குல்ல,
அவங்க தான் போடுவாங்க. அதான் சார் போடுவாங்க.
அப்போ அதை ரெடி பண்ணணும் முதல்ல.
இதில் ஃபுல்லாக இருக்குது சார். ஆனால் வேறு கேட்குது
எங்கே எழுதுறது
அவங்க நேம்
தமிழ் தாய் காலத்தில் இல்லை சாமி, தமிழ் தாய் வாழ்க்கை
ஆமாம் இருக்குது சார்.
வேலடிக்ஷன் யார் சொல்லுங்கள்?
அதிலே போட்டுருக்கு சார். நீங்கள் கொடுத்தா அதிலே போட்டு
தமிழ் தாய் வாழ்த்து எத்தனை நாளாக போடுறது? ஒரு ப்ரோக்ராம்
நீங்கள் தானே சார் எழுதிச்சு. எனக்கு என்ன சார்
அப்போ நாங்கள் சொல்லணும். பாட்டுக்கு சொல்லிட்டுன்னு வச்சுங்க, அதை ரெடியாகலன்னு வச்சுக்க.
அப்போ என்ன நம்ம போட்டுருவோம்.
யார் இருக்கா எடுத்து வச்சுருக்கீங்களா? ஏன்னா ப்ரேயர் இதெல்லாம் எடுத்து வைக்கணும். இது தம்பி, இது வெல்கம் அட்ரஸ் ஹெச்ஓடி சார் சொன்னாரா? ஹெச்ஓடி சார் சேஷரா சார் வருவார். கான்டென்ட் சேஷரா சார் அவர் தான் வெல்கம்னு சொன்னார். ஏய் தம்பி, சார் வந்துட்டார், வெல்கம் பண்ணுறேன். தம்பி ஆரம்பிங்க.
ஓகே
ஸ்வக்கின் சார்.
ஸ்வக்கின் சார் அப்புறம் குமார் சார் வந்து ஜாயின் பண்ணிட்டாங்க. ஆமாம் ஆமாம் சார் வரல டைம் லேட்டாக. ஓகே சார். யா சார் ஸ்வக்கின் அண்ட் குமார் சார் மெசேஜர் அதிகமாக இருக்கிறதுனால மேலே பேர் அனுப்பிட்டு சுகுமார். இப்போ நீங்கள் ஆரம்பிச்சிங்கன்னா சுகுமார் வந்து ஜாயின்
என்னோட நேம் எத்தனாவது? என்னோட நேம் எத்தனாவது? ஜெயபிரகாஷ். 10.
ஆமாம் 10 ஜெயபிரகாஷ்.
ஆமாம்.
Now we are moving to the next part of the seminar, that is paper presentation, for which we will have Dr. M. Swaking, Associate Professor and Head Department of Economics, St. Joseph College, Tiruchi, and Dr. D. Sukumar, Principal, Care College of Art and Science, Tiruchirappalli.
Dr. M. Sukumar is a second one. Dr.
Now, Dr. Len's working is only by us. I now call upon Dr. Arudas, Department of Commerce, to honor a moderator with shawl and
அந்த
memento.
மெயிலுக்கு சென்ட் பண்ண சொல்லிட்டு எனக்கு இன்ஃபார்ம் பண்ணிக்கிறேன். 4 பேர் அந்த லிஸ்ட் கூட சொல்லுங்கள். இவங்க ஒன்று சென்ட் பண்ணாங்க, இவங்க பகத்சிங் சென்ட் பண்ணாங்க, ஜெயபிரகாஷ், தினேஷ் குமார்னு ஒருத்தவங்க சொல்லிட்டாங்க. அவங்க மானியம் சென்ட் பண்ணியிருக்காங்க. இதில் எல்லாமே மிச்சம் உள்ளவங்க சென்ட் பண்ண சொல்லுவாங்க அந்த மெயிலுக்கு.
Thank you, sir.
கவுண்ட் பண்ணி செக் பண்ணி வச்சுருப்பாங்க. அவங்க 4 பேர்
The first presenter of this session, Jumana Singh.
Dear participants, you have maximum 5 minutes for the participation. You can just give your introduction, objectives, and findings and conclusion. First of all, I thank the Commerce Department and also the conveners for giving me this opportunity for chair this session. Thank you all. First, Jumana Hazin.
Thank you, sir. Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon. This is Jumana Hazin. I'm working as an assistant professor in English at IMN College of Arts and Science. You all might be thinking what a student of literature might be doing in this seminar. So, the topic and my findings are very much related to your genre and your department. So let me first walk you through my novel, which I studied to base my argument. So after that, I will tell you what are my findings related to that. So if you see my topic, the blurring boundaries between the digital and physical worlds and finding the objective reality in William Gibson's Neuromancer. So we have writers, we have eminent writers in English literature who talk about cyberpunk, steampunk, cyberspace, AIs, and all those things have been induced in our literature as well. So that is why I chose, I want to give you a literature tint, so that is why I am here in this seminar. So we all know that there is a blur. We forget what time it is when we scroll our mobile phones. So that is my topic, the blurring boundaries between digital and physical worlds. And we have to find our objective reality, the main purpose of using this digitalization, this digital tools which we have. So we have to find that objective reality in the sense a common theme, a common motive, a common goal which we had for during our corona period. We used our mobile phones for classrooms, right? So which was prior to that mobile phones were not allowed in our classrooms. So that is my topic. So I will walk you through my novel and then I will tell you my findings. So welcome to the smart world. So I'm going to talk about what smart world we have. Yeah, so this novel, it was written by William Gibson. It is a cyberpunk novel, so where we have hackings, cyberspace, the Matrix, it talks about all those things. And it was published in 1984, where we have hacker. So the protagonist means the hero of the novel. The hero of the novel is Case, who is 24 years old. He is a thief who is actually stealing information, softwares, for another thief. So that is the theme of this novel. So he made a classic mistake. What we say as a classic mistake is that he stole for his leader, but he stole something for him also. So he became selfish and அவங்களோட லீடருக்கு மட்டும் திருடாம தனக்காகவும் கொஞ்சம் திருடி காசு சம்பாதிக்கணும் அப்படின்ற அந்த மோட்டிவ்ல he actually stole few things and made money. Okay, so what are the results? The damaged his nervous system. So brain வந்து damage பண்ணிட்டாங்க. என்ன கொடுத்து அப்படின்னு பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ரஷ்யன் mycotoxin கொடுத்து. Mycotoxin is a type of fungi. So yeah, so the damage was minute, but it had some effect in his brain. Okay, so because of that he couldn't operate cyberspace. Okay, wow. So Case or story வந்து பாத்தீங்கன்னா to take a case story, he worked for a dangerous leader for hacking or a hacking mission kaga he worked, and then he lost his memory, and then someone else poisoned him, and அதுல இருந்து வந்து அந்த poison ல இருந்து to seek cure. By seeking a cure, he started working for another leader armed with it. So due to that compulsion, because slowly virus வந்து அவரோட பாடியில வந்து ஏத்திட்டாங்க. So எனக்காக இந்த மிஷன் பண்ணி கொடுத்தாதான் நாங்க வந்து உங்களை விடுவோம் அப்படின்ற மாதிரியான ஒரு கம்பல்ஷன் கேஸ். ஓகேவா? Then only we will give the cure and then only we will leave you out அப்படின்ற மாதிரி. So Case has agreed due to his life. ஓகேவா? Next, the world of neuromancer. Neuromancer, let me come to the title later. So neuromancer, on the world என்ன நடக்குது அப்படின்னு பார்த்தீங்கன்னா there are two worlds, okay? The Matrix and the cyberspace. So Matrix வந்து it is a type of arcade game where two-dimensional space இருக்கும் and mathematically வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா we will be in some gaming. Cyberspace அப்படின்றது வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா it is like a data or bank storage where we want to find one person's information. If we just go and access bank money access பண்ணி we can get information. So that is for cyberspace. So world of neuromancer வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா future technology and our human mind okay. So intersect ஆகுற அந்த place தான் வந்து neuromancer. Okay. So where desire for power இருக்கும் எல்லாமே இருக்கும். Let's move on to my findings. So there are two AIs in this novel. So neuromancer ன்றது one AI ஓட name. Okay வா? So Wintermute and neuromancer, there are two AIs. So if you take Wintermute, you might know this Chitty the robot with red chip. So அதுதான் Wintermute. Neuromancer அப்படின்றது வந்து ஒரு good AI. Okay வா? So rogue AI and good AI. So அது வந்து பாத்தீங்கன்னா software மாதிரி, இது வந்து பாத்தீங்கன்னா physical hardware மாதிரி. Okay. So Wintermute wants to be powerful and neuromancer AI wants to have his own identity. So that does not care for the world and it cares for the world. So endல வந்து பாத்தீங்கன்னா கேஸோட assignment வந்து என்ன அப்படின்னு பாத்தீங்கன்னா this neuromancer and this Wintermute வந்து merge ஆகி ஒரு physical entity ஆகும். ஓகேவா? It will have a full potential equal to a human. So that is case assignment and அது வந்து case வந்து successfully வந்து இது பண்ணி he finds his own cure. Okay. Now coming to my findings. So we can see the dangers of AI system, எப்படி manipulate பண்றாங்க human world அது and technological dominance which in turn it gives us loss of humanity. அங்க அந்த இடத்துல humanityயே இல்ல. who will poison someone for their own selfish reasons. Slow virus அதெல்லாம் வந்து யார் வந்து அந்த மாதிரிலாம் பண்ணுவாங்க சரியா? ஸோ செல்ஃபிஷா இருக்கிறனால தானே ஹியூமனிட்டி போகுது. ஸோ அதுக்கப்புறமேட்டு instead of that we need more human interactions, connections, emotions, values, and the difference between reality and perception வந்து நமக்கு தெரிஞ்சிருக்கணும். Reality means what is the truth. Perception அப்படின்னா நம்மளோட நினைப்பு, நம்ம நினைக்கிறது சரியா? So digital transformations, you see, it transforms, changes and controls the technology, the usage and the user. எப்போதுமே வந்து பாத்தீங்கன்னா அது வந்து சேஞ்ச் பண்ணிக்கிட்டே இருக்கும், அதோட அந்த கன்செப்ஷனை வந்து சேஞ்ச் பண்ணிக்கிட்டே இருக்கும். ஸோ வந்து யூசேஜ் அந்த எவ்வளோ யூஸ் பண்றோமோ அந்த அளவுக்கு யூஸரும் வந்து சேஞ்ச் ஆகிட்டே இருப்பாங்க. ஓகே, ஸோ நெக்ஸ்ட் வந்து what are the positives that we have in digital transformations அப்படின்னு பார்த்தீங்கன்னா productivity, innovations, cost reductions, etc. And digital world வந்து we have plethora of tools.
You can conclude.
Yes sir.
Within half a minute.
Okay sir. So we have so because of that driving force it is actually reshaping our life. And then negatives வந்து பாத்தீங்கன்னா obviously cyber security, privacy risks. We have, if we know someone else's password, phone password la இப்ப யாரும் கஷ்டமாவே வச்சுக்கிறது இல்லையே, ஏன்னா சீக்கிரமா ஓபன் பண்ணணும்ல.
Okay, good, very good.
Thank you sir.
Okay, thank you. Good. Next, Bhagat Singh, you can come to.
So one more minute. Do you have any questions? Thank you. Thank you.
Next person, Karthikeyan is get ready. Karthikeyan, get ready for next. Jay Prakash? Yes, sir. Okay. Sir, please mention objectives, introduction, objectives, results and conclusion. Within 5 minutes you have to.
First of all, good afternoon to all. I am Bhagat Singh from Sri Ramakrishna College of Arts and Science, Coimbatore. And I am here to present a presentation about a study on awareness and challenges of organic products among the students with reference to Coimbatore city. It is done by our faculty, Dr. P. Pradeeshwari ma'am, Associate Professor of BCom BA, Sri Ramakrishna College of Arts and Science, Coimbatore. And now it is presented by P. Bhagat Singh, a student of BCom BA. The statement of the problem of this study is, in India, organic food produce market has resilient growth in past few years. Nowadays, the consumer moved the organic produce for the health and safe consumption of food. All people are focusing on the green future products and wish move on eco-friendly products because they know the information about social media and they learn what problems going on related to health. Based on this main reason, the viewpoint on organic food products, this research has undertaken among the general public and mainly focused on their awareness and attitudes towards organic products. And then objectives of the studies are to study the demographic profile of the respondents and to assess the attention and consumption of organic merchandise in Coimbatore and to analyze the awareness level about organic products among the students and to evaluate the factors influence to purchase organic products among the students. And the methodology used in this study is, the primary data is data collected from the respondent for the first time. It is original in nature. The secondary data are collected from the past records, books, journal, magazines, and web and all other public data. Then the sample size of the study is 1 or 2, and the technique which is used in the study is convenient sampling method was followed in the selecting the sample. The sample were drawn from the consumers residing in the Coimbatore city.
Move to result. Result. Yeah, findings.
And the findings of the studies are, 68.8% of the respondents are male and 39.2% are females, and 80.4% of the respondents belong to the age group of 19 to 21 years. 72.5% of the respondents are undergraduates, and 44.1% of the respondents are family monthly income are above rupees 550,000, and 74.5% of the respondents are come to know about the organic food products through the source of friends, relatives, and acquaintance, and 86.3% of the respondents are aware of the organic products, and 43.2% of respondents' opinion on the price of the organic products are high, and 65.7% of the respondents choose organic products to improve their health, and 52% of the respondents purchase organic products once in the month, and 24.3% purchase it from the retail shops. 69.6% of the respondents prefer organic vegetables, and 68.6% choose organic fruits for purchasing in the category of organic products. And the G-square value 16.275 is lesser than the level of significant value 16.9 and 5% level where the null hypothesis is rejected. So there is a significant relationship between age and usage of the organic products. The G-square value 18.482 is greater than the level of significant value 12.6 at 5% level where it is failed to reject null hypothesis. So there is no significant relationship between the education, qualification and awareness of the organic products. Good conclusion. Yeah. And the conclusion of the study is the organic products are becoming very popular among the peoples. They wish to found the regular usage of the market. And as a organic quality, they are well aware about their health and safety consciousness. So this is result from this present research study, and the students are aware about the organic product. The main source of getting awareness through the social media. The social media plays a vital role of awareness of the organic products. There is a more number of organic shops located in the Coimbatore city. Through the promotion of the shop, the general people have got some knowledge thoughts about the organic products. The people started search on organic products, benefits and its uses from the web, magazines, social media, etc. The main source of the awareness of the organic products among the students are through the social media and public promotion. Okay, before the conclusion, நான் கொஞ்சம் தமிழ்ல பேசலாம்னு விருப்பப்படுறேன். முன்னாடி ஒரு கிளாசிக்கல் டேஸ்ல வந்து ஒரு 100 வருடங்களுக்கு முன்போ இல்லை ஒரு 60 வருடங்களுக்கு முன்போ ஒரு லைஃப் ஸ்பேன் ஆஃப் த ஹியூமன் வந்து ஒரு 60 ஒரு 80 அப்படிங்கிற மாதிரி இருந்தது. ஆனால் இப்போ ஒரு கோவிட்னு ஒன்று வந்தது, அது கிட்ட லட்சக்கணக்கான மக்களை வந்து அது கொண்டுட்டு போயிடுச்சு. இப்போ எதனால இந்த ஆர்கானிக் ப்ராடக்ட்ஸ் மேல ஒரு விருப்பம் வருது, மக்களுக்கான ஒரு ஈர்ப்பு இருக்கு அப்படிங்கும்போது தன்னுடைய உடல் நலத்தை வந்து பாதுகாக்கணும், ஏதாவது ஒரு அன்எக்ஸ்பெக்டட் ஒரு நோய் எது வந்ததுனால அதை எதிர்த்து நிற்கிறதுக்கு நமக்கு ஒரு நோய் எதிர்ப்பு சக்தி தேவைப்படுதுங்கும் போது இந்த ஆர்கானிக் ப்ராடக்ட்ஸ் தேடி போகிற ஒரு நிலைமை இருக்கு. அதை ஒரு இம்ப்ரூவ் பண்றதுக்கோ அதை வந்து அனைத்து மக்களிடம் கொண்டு சேர்க்கிறதுக்கோ நம்மளுடைய அரசாங்கமும் நம்மளுடைய கவர்மெண்ட்டும் அதுக்கான வழிகளை வகுத்து கொடுக்கணும். என்னுடைய
காலேஜ் next person. Always given. Are you ready? Okay, go. You want mic?
Very good evening to one all person here. Myself, Dr. D. Jayaprakash from D. Vaishnav College, Chennai. I would like to present my research topic is, like the article topic is customer perception of new age of Indian banking system towards internet banking usage. What is a new age? Okay, the customer perception, it was called as customer satisfaction. The new age is nothing but most of the banking sector, both the public sector or private sector banks, as per the RBI guidelines, they are introduced as per the artificial intelligence, like the new age of banking system. Some new concept has been introduced in internet banking, right? That is my title for in this research paper title. Then move on. Next part is introduction part. Banking sector is a play a vital role for economic development of the country. it is a great impact for a technological development and science and technology advancement. It is in 21st century has made our daily life much easier, more comfortable because of artificial intelligence and the new technology has been adopted in this century. And the internet banking was first introduced in the year 1983 in the UK and introduced by India by ICICI Bank in the year 1998. The next slide. Okay, nowadays the modern practice conducting financial transaction through use of internet banks, smartphones, tablets, and is known as e-banking, online banking, net banking, or virtual banking, etc. This concept, it is believed that replace of traditional method. Traditional method is nothing but we are going to the banking sector or any bank, both public sector or private sector bank. You have to deposit any money or withdrawal. Okay, directly you go to the bank, you have to stand the line, some procedure is there, it will take a long time. Nowadays, this concept, the myth has been changed because of advancement of internet banking system. When I did my PhD, my PhD topic is banking is a broad and the core area, especially for customer life in banking sector. When I was entered in the banking premises, first I got a permission from the manager. What the manager is told, the customer need not enter into the banks because n number of facilities are available in our mobile. Okay, you can use internet banking through mobile phones. That is the recent amendment which is implemented by the banking sector. The new age of banking system has been implemented. Okay, lot of new age banking system has been implemented by the RBI, especially for artificial intelligence AI. There are few of them listed in this slide, like internet banking, RTGS, National Electronic Fund Transfer, Electric Purse Services, Immediate Payment System, Unified Payment System, Mobile Banking, Cloud Banking, Retail Banking, Blockchain Technology, and Artificial Intelligence, Virtual Banking, like this. These are the new scheme has been implemented in banking sector. Then I have to mention few review of literature in this slide. Then we'll move on. Next part is the research gap has been identified in the banking sector, especially in my paper. Okay, already previous studies, the internet banking importance and concepts, they are all studied. But in my topic is usage of internet banking, no one did for that paper. That is why I chosen for this type. Then next one is objectives of the study. Then we'll move on. Research methodology part. Okay, the population of the study is internet banking usage. Then next one is these are the statistical tools has been applied in my paper. Then next one is the socio-economic profile. Just I want to mention this only because majority of the respondents are using male. 66% of male are used. The marital status is single. 78.3% are using for internet banking. The education qualification is majority of PG students using for internet banking. The monthly income between 25,000 below 25,000, that is 38.3%. Then bank category is public sector bank. Source of information is collected from friends. Then how often used for internet banking is every day. These are the socio-economic profile of my result. Then we'll go for next slide. Then this is main core area in my paper. Just a minute, I would like to explain this slide about. Then exploratory factor analysis. Okay, there's a factor analysis, one of the important tools which is used in my research paper. Not only for research paper and also used for all the PhD thesis, MPhil thesis like this. And factor analysis. Just a minute. Factor analysis has been done in my paper. But the 16 variables reduced into few factors. Like fourth factor, among four factor is the most dominant factor is oppositeness guarantee factor, followed by convenience assurance factor, service utilization factor, cost of effective factor. Okay, total variance explained is 75.62%. Okay, listen, before factorization, first we have to check the KMO, Kaiser-Meyer-Alkin normalization. Why the test has been conducted means, okay, before factorization, factor loading, first we have to check the reliability and validity the values. Once the KMO value is more than 0.5 or more than 0.6 now, then eligible for factor loading. Okay, that is the main concept which is included my research paper. Then move on the conclusion part. To conclude, nowadays the banking sector to insist the customers need not enter into the banking premises because n number of internet banking services implemented by the banking sector. That is my conclusion. In conclusion, maybe replace of the traditional method for usage of internet banking. And thank you so much given me this opportunity. Thank you, sir.
Okay, Dr. Prakash, Professor will be singing. Professor is going to ask question. Professor, we are already running short of time. Only few questions we ask.
So I am Dr. Prakasam from Hariharan Government Arts College.
Yes.
So you have narrated overall research methodology part.
Yeah.
So you are missing sample size. With regard to how many samples you have chosen.
I mentioned my slide also, sir. Almost 200 questions distributed to the respondent.
200 questions. How to select the 200 sample size? What are the methods of sample you are chosen?
First, survey method I conducted.
Survey method. What is the sample size?
The sample size is the definition of sample size you are asking, right, sir?
200 sample. Yeah. What are the sample?
Population. He is asking population.
Sample. What are the method of sample?
Non-random sampling method, sir.
Random sampling.
No.
Various types of sampling is there.
Yes, sir.
What are the various types of sampling?
Convenient random sampling. I mentioned the slide also, sir.
Convenient.
Yeah.
Professor, he is used convenient random sampling. Out of this method, convenient random sampling is.
I mentioned the slide also.
Out of 200 samples, how many respondents received?
Out of 200, okay, 115 questions is a consideration for my study. Out of 200, few questions.
How do you know?
Sir, I collected in person.
How do you know the population?
Population is unknown, no, sir. If population is unknown.
How do you know the population? So unless you are not approached the bank manager, you are simply already told.
Yes, sir.
You are not already told. Not approaching the bank manager. So unless you approach the bank manager, you didn't get the population size. So without knowing the population size, so you cannot calculate the sample size.
Sir, some procedure is there. Determination of sample sizes as per Cohen formula. If you are going to the PhD, 384 samples is enough for PhD. If to write the article, minimum 100 sample is enough for to write a research paper. I think.
Minimum
100 sample.
Minimum 100 sample.
Yeah.
Minimum 100 sample. Minimum 10%. Minimum 10%.
10% of total population.
Total population 10%.
Yeah.
So what is the population? What is the sample size?
If population is unknown, that is my assumption, sir.
Population is how unknown?
Okay, then
how unknown? Every area is knowing.
Now,
every area is knowing.
Sir, but in a particular
okay, time concern, I like that. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Jayaprakash. Thank you. Next, Lokesh Dugan. Come. Lokesh Dugan, SRM University, Chennai. Next person, Dinesh Kumar. Dinesh is ready. We have to start well people program. Therefore, to finish, you have to take 5 minutes. Okay. Very good afternoon, one of our present here. Myself, Lokesh, and I am from SRM University. I don't want to take a lot of time, so I'll just complete it sooner. So my topic is all about e-learning. E-learning is nothing about the day-to-day life in which we are learning, our subjects in a very new technological manner. Say for example, AI technology, etc. Let's get into the topic. So the introduction part is that the digital transformation have paved the way not only for the IT sector or for the banking sector, but also for the education sector, like students like ourselves as well. So the overall objective of the study is to make sure that
the teachers are getting benefited from this technology, as well as students can also able to clear their doubts, and as well as they can able to understand the concept which they are learning from the e-learning concept, that is the online learning, etc. And the overall my hypothesis of the study is like nothing but like what to say is that the person who is learning, so either he may be used to e-learning or he may be new to the e-learning, the online learning technology, they will be connected to the total number of persons who have been working. Say for example, a board has been conducted in which teachers will also take part in their work, as well as students, as well as professors and professionals as well. The research methodology is nothing but we have taken random 100 people from my college itself. So we have been given the mic and we have been asking the questions. So from their response, we have taken this research in which education qualification of the respondents, where education is like people from professional, PG and UG. So this is the total requirements in which professional like staffs or working enthusiasts, etc., are totally satisfied and totally happy with the new technology, that is AI technology and e-learning. And the rest of them are like PG and UG are in similar together, but whereas the professional takes parts and the whole among the two. And the device used by the students or teachers or professionals, etc., totally based on mobile phones. As you all know, we have been using mobile phones, which is very handy in nature, and also we can do all the features which is available in laptop also. So a laptop is very easy to carry. So people would always prefer mobile phones, in which people are getting into the online learning and e-learning through mobile phones. So that's why you will be able to see over here, 86% people are totally satisfied and learning with mobile phones. Apart from that, only 13.5% people are getting into the laptop because they will be using PPT presentation. Like I am doing as a working, I have made my PPT presentation laptop only. But apart from that, I will touch my laptop. This is not required for me. So in that case, it shows that mobile phones are overused. And the techniques used in the classroom. So this is the main concept and core concept of the technology, in which the online technology, like the AI, is used for a learning purpose and research purpose, in which students are getting benefited as well as teachers are also getting benefited and learning new concepts. This is a core concept in which the lectures taken in the classroom are like most of the teachers who are taking lectures, they will be referring to old websites or new PDFs, etc. So they will be taking lectures through PPT. As now I am explaining to you all, I am also explaining through PPT. So more than 80% of people who are referring for the e-technology are using preferring this for only for PPT. And apart from the online exams, because online exam, why I am particularly mentioning is that nowadays we are taking. Sorry?
1 minute more.
1 minute more, okay. So we have been using for online exams and websites as well. And satisfaction level. The satisfaction is the main concept in which just for our namesake, if you are taking these people will be like they won't understand anything. So in the satisfaction level, nearly 65.4% people are satisfied with the e-learning technology as they don't want to ask doubt to other persons or teachers. Anytime they can just take their mobile phone and they can just clear their doubts at any time. So nearly 65% people are satisfied with that. And this is a very small topic, freelancing. What I am mentioning here is that e-learning technology has paved the way and really boosted the way for understanding of freelancing, in which students like me can earn money easily, like a part-time job or etc. Just with the help of the freelancing. As you can see, with the help of laptop and referring notes from that, freelancing job can easily earn money for students. And so as we get to the conclusion, what I am trying to say from my study is that e-learning is the future of our country, future of education as we compare to other countries. E-learning has been to the top of the level, but whereas in India we are still struggling and learning to get into the e-learning only after the COVID pandemic. So in that case, COVID pandemic just opened a new portal for the e-learning, in which people are nowadays getting useful.
Thank you, Mr. Lokesh.
And do anyone have any questions or queries, something like that? You can ask both in Tamil and English as well. Just one question. Anybody?
Okay. Thank you. Next. Bella Jospa. Get ready. Next, Dinesh Kumar, now, Dr. Dinesh Kumar, you can present.
Good afternoon, friends, staff members, respected professors. The topic of the study is a study on digital India empowering rural economy. Yes, sir. The digital economy is always helpful to transparency, mainly in rural areas. Many corruptions are made in by money transfer. This digital India will help for rural people mainly. And also, the bad side of the digital scenario is that digital technology providers are become a monopoly. It's under Google and Microsoft. They have only digital technology is always fully completely 100% is a international funded, and also it's become a monopoly. And also we have in India we have only one BSNL. Now also government will not cooperate for improvement of the BSNL networking. This is one of the bad scenario in digital India. We were discuss about digital economy is best. Yes, it's best, but we need to improve the providers. Technology providers also become Indians. Then only this digitalization will be helpful for Indian entrepreneurs and India rural labor development. And
sir, please move to objectives.
In rural economy, regional rural banks are fully digitalized, and also the loan and seed loan for pesticide and fertilizer. All the loans are provided through the bank accounting, and also in rural areas, e-Saving in TamilNadu, e-Saving was highly developed, and also in education. கல்வி சேனல் வந்து இன்னைக்கு நிறைய பேருக்கு வந்து நீட் கோச்சிங் கூட வந்து நிறைய ஹெல்ப்ஃபுல்லாக இருக்குது. அது மாதிரி வந்து டிஜிட்டலைசேஷன் வந்து பார்த்தீங்க அப்படின்னா இந்தியாவிலையும் as well as தமிழ்நாட்டிலையும் நீங்கள் பார்த்தீங்க அப்படின்னா எக்கானமியோட, அதாவது சார் சொன்ன மாதிரி சிவசங்கரன் சார் ஆல்ரெடி பேசின மாதிரி சமூக பொருளாதார சூழ்நிலையோட தொடர்புடையது. சமூக பொருளாதார சூழ்நிலைகள் வளரும் போது டிஜிட்டலைசேஷனும் வளருது, அதோட யூசேஜும் வளருது. ஆனால் இதில் வந்து இருக்கக்கூடிய மொனோபொலி வந்து நம்ம குறைக்கும் போது தான் இந்த டிஜிட்டலைசேஷன் வந்து
findings and conclusion.
In digitalization in rural economy, and also Prime Minister will providing 6,000 rupees for direct transfer to agriculture. It's a huge important plan, and also NGNREGP, Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Program, is also 100% digitalized. It's also helpful for rural employment, and Pradhan Mantri Kisan Yojana and NABARD banking systems and weather forecasting, and also provide for agriculture universities and digital land records. Land records are maintained by digitally in Tamil Nadu, which are all helpful to our rural India also. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Dinesh. Next participant, presenter Vishal. Next, wait. After Bella, we can present.
Myself, Bella Josepha, research scholar, Department of Commerce and Joseph College. I'm doing my PhD under Dr. G. John, Associate Professor, and my title is Analysis of Awareness Level of Digital Safety among the college students. This is the overall abstract, and my sample is collected among the students of UG and PG
only in St. Joseph College. What is digital safety? Generally, we use mobile phones and laptops, everything, whether we are secure, whether we have privacy, whether we know the features of it. That is the thing, whether we are aware of it and how much we are aware. Those things I am going to study in this. And when I look into digital safety, the other terms which are related to is e-safety, cyber safety, media safety, online safety, and so on. When I was studying, there was a big gap in it. That is the digital divide which is prevailing in our society, because everyone have the technology, but we are not much we are not having that much knowledge how to protect our data. Even there will be phishing and other things who will steal our data from us. Knowingly or unknowingly, our data will be stolen. The other reason is our society is our reason, that is our culture and the complex structure of the technology and our literacy also, because if a person from the rural background cannot have a good knowledge how to use it. So this topic has a much impact in our society, and that is the thing. So I am going to do a study on this. I did a study on this. My objective is to study the awareness level of digital safety and to find out how is the education factor that is influence on it. And based on that, I have framed two hypotheses. And my studies, I said already, is my studies within the UG and the PG of St. Joseph College, roughly. Based on which I made the question up. Generally, that is the digital safety which comes under the umbrella of digital literacy. If I consider digital literacy, a component is this digital safety, so that I can know all the what is the efficiency of an individual, how to use it as a randomly. For which I had a question up, I applied statistical tools, that is ANOVA and the correlation related to it. And roughly I had that we are aware of the digital terms, that is if a message comes from an unknown number, we should not use it, but unknowingly or knowingly we just attempt it. Like this, there is awareness, but we are not much familiar in this. And this is my profile of my respondent. When I was studying, I found that there is a relationship. If a person knows how to use the technology, the device, he should be aware of how much is the digital safety needed for him. He should know it. And education is an important thing, because if a person is educated, he will know what are the consequences when I get into a feature, or what will that feature give me. So we should be updated to it. So education is having a high impact over it. And as my studies between the UG and the PG, as this is a boys' college, I had my respondents mostly as a male. And the thing is, my group constituted of usually more respondent, and they had more knowledge about it. The recommendation is, as we have Digital India and SDG and many policies, but we are just listening it, oh, there is something update in it, but we are not implementing enough. If we think about digital literacy in SDG goal, it takes a part, but we are not aware of it. So digital safety is very much needed for us, and especially for the young youth, as well as if we consider the female gender, digital safety is much required. If a person knowingly or unknowingly he has shared the information in the technology, it may be leaked out. So one should be aware of that and use the technology in an efficient way.
Okay, Bella.
And further, we can have a study on the various schemes, that is the cyber security initiatives from our government. We can have a comparative study on that.
Thank you, Bella Gospa. Next, Isara Sarva from Research Scholar, Assistant Professor Swami Dayananda, College of Arts and Science. Kindly confine the time.
Everyone gathering here. I am Shamsar Suruban from Dayananda College of Arts and Science. I am a research scholar. Today is going to present the topic about effect on digital India. So nowadays digital India digital platform we have to using mobile phone and infrastructure facilities and land, then fiber network connections. So by first one is the digital, already we know that digital India, so empowerment of e-governance project. So everyone in the world, everyone, rural area people, urban area people know that digital world. But in my point of view, rural area people 1 or 2% they won't have knowledge of digital skills. So in this 9 pillars of digital India, first introducing a broadband and highways. Then broadband of 9 pillars the topic. Then national infrastructure. The component improves. In that 250,000 villages using the fiber network connections and usage of land cables. Then second one is the universal access mobile connectivity. So everyone have using mobile phone, laptops and other than electronic gadgets. We have to using network connections. This is the initiatives for the Prime Minister of July 1, 2015. Then third topic is the public internet access. So everyone has no one has a modem. So because land is a local area networks, other than public areas, we have to use quickly attain this network connections. The second thing is e-governance. So electronic governance is most important one. So every villages and every urban areas have a CSC centers. So CSC center is an consumer supportives. So because liking electronic government certificates like PAN, Aadhaar, then whatever death certificate, then birth certificate, electronic mode we have to find out such certificates. Then e-Kranti is electronic delivery services. So there is 9 column of digital platforms. It is useful by ensuring the service delivered by the electronic mode. It interacts with rural areas and urban areas. The next one is an electronic manufacturing and empowering India.
So let's move on to objectives.
So the objectives is first thing everyone knows that digital world. So because we will not know that digital platform like mobile phone, then other than digitalized, so using platform of digital India. Then last one is an yearly harvest program. So every company, then every hospital, we have to using electronic digital, automatic fingerprint biometric attendance systems, then biometric authentications. So we have to using. So this is a conclusions for encourage to individuals everyone using digital platform in cyber securities also.
Okay, thank you, Suruban. I think the paper presentation session is over. Totally 7 papers presented by various professors, scholars, students, professors from English department. It's I think we have received a variety of knowledge in different topics. Thank you, the organizers. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
மேலே வந்துட்டாங்க மேலே இன்னும் வரலையா முடிச்சிட்டீங்க மேலே கமல்மா இருக்கும் அவர் பேர். நீங்கள் வாட்டுக்கு புது ப்ராக்டிஸ்.
ஆர்டர் பண்ண மோஸ்ட்டாக ட்ரெயின் யூஸ் பண்ணீங்கல்ல அது எங்க
தெரிஞ்சு சகைராஜ் சார் வருவார்னு நினைக்கிறேன். நான் ஹெல்ப் பண்ணுறதுக்கு அவருக்கு என்னன்னு தெரியல. அவர் வாரம் சொல்லியிருக்காரு. அவர் பண்ணுறதை அவர் பண்ணட்டும். அவர் என்ன சொன்னார்? என்ன கேட்டதுக்கு என்ன சொன்னார்? ஃபஸ்ட்டு ப்ரேயர் சாங் இருக்கா? நான் அவர் பார்த்து பாடுறாங்க. தான் எடுத்து வைப்பாரு. நான் குழப்பாடுறாங்க. இங்கே இருக்கிற ஃபங்க்ஷன் ஒழுங்கு நடக்காது. வெளியே போனாங்க ஃபங்க்ஷனை நடக்கிறாங்க. வைக்கணும் ப்ரேயர் சாங். அதுக்கப்புறம் தமிழ் அவர்கிட்ட சொல்லவே இல்லை. சொல்லி சொல்கிறாங்க. சும்மா கேட்பாங்க. ஒரு அதெல்லாம் கேட்க மாட்டாங்க. அதுக்கு நீங்கள் முன்னாடி பார்த்துருக்கீங்களா?
இந்த ஆனரிங் சீஃப் கெஸ்ட் அதுக்கடுத்து ஃபீட்பேக் தெரிஞ்சுக்க நான் இல்லைன்னா நாங்கள் தான் அப்புறம் வேலிடேட்டரி அட்ரஸ் ஒன்று சர்டிஃபிகேட் டிஸ்ட்ரிபியூஷன் ஆமாம் ஓட் ஆஃப் தேங்க்ஸ்
சார் நீங்கள் ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணிடுறீங்களா?
ஹலோ
சாரை ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ண சொல்லுவோம். ப்ரேயர் சமயம் நீங்கள் ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணுறது எப்படின்னா
யார் அனுப்புகிறா? எந்த சீஃப் கெஸ்ட்? அது இன்னொரு மரியன்டி சார் சேல்ஸ்லாம் சார் சொன்னீங்க வரல சார், அவரை கூப்பிடணும்.
சார் சொல்லுவாங்க எதில் இங்கேருந்தே சொல்லிடுவோம்.
என்ன சார் தெரியும்? சரி சரி ஓகே.
என்ன
யாருக்கும் வாட்ஸ்அப்பில் ஏதாவது அனுப்பா? சேசுராஜ் சார் வரலையா? அவர் எங்கே இருக்காங்க?
சேசுராஜ் சார் பேர் எழுதலை. எதில் சார் எழுதிருக்கு?
இதில் இருக்கிற அவரோட இன்ட்ரடியூசிங்
சீஃப் கெஸ்ட் யார் எழுதணும்? அருள்தாஸ் சார்
சார் சார்
யார் எழுதணும்
சார்
ஆண்டனி பேசுகிறோம்.
வந்துட்டாரா?
அந்த பேப்பர் என்னோடது எங்கே?
முதல்ல நம்மள்ட்ட கொடுத்துருந்தாலும் நம்மளே நான் ஒரு 4 லைன் முன்னாடி வாசிக்கிறேன். அதுக்கு முன்னாடி
நீங்கள் ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணிடுங்க சார். நாங்கள் ப்ரேயர்லேருந்து நீங்கள் ஸ்டார்டிங் நீங்கள் ஆரம்பிச்சுருங்க. ப்ரேயர்லேருந்து நம்ம ஸ்டார்ட்
யார் ஃபஸ்ட்டு
ப்ரேயரு வெல்கம் ஆனரிங்
நான் ஒரு 4 லைன்
நான் ஸ்டார்டிங்
இப்போ இது ஃபீட்பேக் ஆனரிங் அவங்க பேசுவாங்க. ஒரு 4 பேரை சொல்லியிருக்கேன், அவங்களாம் வருவாங்க.
நீங்கள் அதை வந்து பேசுகிறீங்கன்னா
அதை சொல்லிடுறேன்.
நீங்கள் சொல்லுங்கள் மாற்றி ரெடி தானே சார்? சீஃப் கெஸ்ட் வந்துட்டுருக்காங்க.
ஆனரி சேசுராஜ் சார் ரிசோர்ஸ் பர்சனை இன்ட்ரடியூஸ் பண்ணுறதுன்னு அவரும் சொன்னார். கடைசியில் அவரை காணுமா, இப்போ யார்கிட்ட கொடுத்துருக்காருன்னு தெரியல.
ரெடியாக வந்துட்டுருக்காங்க.
இது எடுத்து வைக்கலாம். கொக்கே ரெடி கொக்கே
நீங்கள் உட்காந்துக்கோங்க சார். நான் ஹேண்ட் மைக் புரியுது.
If there is any feedback form அது
வந்துட்டாரு வரல. இது அனுப்பியிருக்கேன் உங்களுக்கு, அதை பாப்பாவுக்கு அனுப்பி விட்டுருக்கேன்.
சரி சார், நான்
இன்ட்ரோடியூஸ் சீஃப் கெஸ்ட்
2 நிமிஷத்தில் நான்
பார்த்துக்கோங்களேன். கொடுங்கண்ணா உங்களுக்கு, அது பாப்பாவுக்கு ஃபார்வர்ட் பண்ணுங்க. உங்கள் நம்பர் எடுத்தாமா, டக்குன்னு சொல்லிட்டாமா, சொல்லிட்டாமா. 822209010904. இப்போ நான் உனக்கு அனுப்புகிறேன் நம்ம அதை. ஓகேயா? ஓகே.
ஏன் அவர் எங்கே விட்டாரு?
இதெல்லாம் கேள்வியாங்க சொல்கிறேன்.
இதை சீட்டாக இருந்தால் கூட கொடுங்க, அதை நாங்கள் கூட கன்வெர்ட் பண்ணிக்கிறோம்.
Good evening to all. The Digital India, the motive behind the concept is to build a participative, transparent and responsive system. It is a well-defined, well-known fact that Digital India is the outcomes of many innovatives and technological advancement. These transforms the lives of people in many ways and will empower society in a better manner. The Digital India drives in a dream project on the Indian government to the remodel India into a knowledgeable economy and digitally empowered society with a good government for a citizen by bringing and coordination in the public accountability, digital connectivity and delivering the government activities and other things. For the past 2 days we have learned enlarged knowledge from the different resource persons. With that we move to valedictory session.
It is true that a prayer that comes from the heart can move mountains. It increases your faith and brings you closer to God. So let us all stand in reverence for the prayer song followed by TamilNadu. Kindly be seated. Small cheer and great welcome makes a merry feast. May I now invite Dr. S. Arusha's Organizing Secretary of Commerce to welcome the gathering.
Introducing the chief guest, HOD sir.
A pleasant good afternoon, one and all, joined through this hybrid meeting. It is a prime duty to welcome the guest of honor, Dr. Srinivasan, Member Secretary, TamilNadu State Council of Science and Technology, Chennai, and Reverend Father Secretary, our beloved HOD, esteemed professors and dear students. Good afternoon, one and all. Before we start this valuation function, on behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to thank our chief guest, Dr. R. Srinivasan, Member Secretary of TamilNadu State Council for Science and Technology, Chennai, who acknowledged our invitation and for spending his precious time making this program a great success. Welcome you, sir. He is a man of simplicity and a visionary and a good human. He is so active personality of the college campus. He is a true follower of Saint Ignatius of Loyola. I am pleased to welcome Reverend Dr. K. Amal S.J., Secretary, St. Joseph College, Trichy. Welcome, Father. I feel happy to welcome Dr. Sukumar, Principal, Care College, for his presence and engagement. Thank you, sir. It gives me a great pleasure to welcome our head of the department, a person with multiple talents and with a lot of administrative capacities, our beloved HOD, Dr. F. Alexander Praveen Durai. Thank you, sir, for the total success of this seminar. Very grateful to you, sir. Welcome, sir. I welcome the pillars of the Commerce Department and the college known for their uniqueness. They are none other than our professors. Welcome, professors. Welcome, sir. I welcome all the participants to this UGC ICSSR Delhi valuation function of our college. Once again, I welcome you all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for welcoming with great cheer. Without integrity and honor, having everything means nothing. Value of everything else diminishes without integrity and honor. May I now call upon Reverend Dr. K. Amal S.J., Secretary of St. Joseph College, to honor the chief guest with bouquet. Thank you, sir. Now I call upon Dr. F. R. Alexander Praveen Durai, Head of the Department of Commerce, to honor the chief guest with shawl. Thank you, sir. Now I call upon Dr. V. Baskin Jerome, convener of ICSSR sponsored national seminar, and Dr. S. Arulvas, organizing secretary of commerce, to honor the chief guest with a memento. Thank you, sir.
We are honored to have a chief guest who has achieved great success. Dr. R. Srinivasan, Member Secretary of TamilNadu State Council for Science and Technology, Chennai. May I now invite M. Anthony J. Suraja, Assistant Professor of Department of Commerce, to introduce the chief guest.
Respected eminent personalities on the stage, distinguished personalities of the stage, and my dear participants, a very good evening to you all. I am very much happy to introduce the relevant person for the valedictory function, Dr. R. Srinivasan. So he is up to date. His curriculum says that he is up to date. He is a scientist. He is an innovator. He motivates thousands of students to do projects by using his capacity and position. Dr. R. Srinivasan is the member secretary of State Council for Science and Technology, Department of Higher Education, TamilNadu. He has completed his MSc in Organic Chemistry in Madurai Kamaraj University and doctorate in Chemistry in University of Madras. And he is a researcher, even though he has occupied government post positions, several posts in government departments, and he is also blessed with industrial experience for 6 years, 29 years of government service. His research thirst did not stop him doing research. He has published 12 articles in reputed journals. He has also presented several papers in national and international conferences. He has rich experience of 36 years of service, and during his service he has helped so many students using the Inspire program. He has helped around 78,000 students to get award, Inspire Award in Tamil Nadu. Apart from that, he has also helped the students, especially from engineering and science stream, graduation as well as the post-graduation, to do their final projects with a fund of rupees 10,000 rupees. So before he joined, it was only 200 students annually given the project assistance. After he took office, he has actually increased to 1,000 numbers. So that shows that this person has a thirst for research and innovation. Not only he do research, but also he encourages others to do research. Apart from that, he is a chemist and he is known for producing medicines also. So he has actually developed innovative and novel methods for producing drug intermediaries, drug which is used as an intermediary one, pharmaceutical drugs, fine chemicals, etc. So he has contributed a lot using his capacity to develop various galleries in science stream. He is also a source behind establishing Anna's Science Center in Trichy Planetarium. Apart from that, he has also developed regional science center in Coimbatore. He has acted as a member as well as life member in several organizations. So he was a member in American Chemical Society, fellow of Indian Chemical Society, International Committee on Museum, TamilNadu Astronomy Association. So several committees he has headed as office bearer as well as the member. And we have the right person for this valedictory address among us. Sir, with your rich experience and expertise, I invite you to give us various inputs in your field. Okay, thank you, sir.
Most respected, the Reverend Dr. K. Amal, Secretary, St. Joseph College, Tiruchirappalli. The respected Dr. F. R. Alexander Durai, Head of the Department. Dr. V. Bastian Jerome, Convener, National Seminar. This National Seminar, Dr. S. Arun Das, Organizing Secretary of this particular seminar, and learned principal from other colleges, my dear professors, heads of various divisions, faculty members, budding students, researchers, good evening to all. Today really I am very happy to deliver this particular address. Though I am a science man, here I think all BCom, commerce and all other linguistics like various disciplines, especially social sciences. But I treat you all be a scientist. Scientific background is very important. Why I am telling this particular concept, when I joined this particular council, I just saw the applications for student project scheme. That is after final year of, this is particularly in engineering discipline, BE Tech, and the post-graduation of final year, all are getting some projects now. Final year, all disciplines, though we are in higher education department, our council is entitled to veterinary, medicine and all other disciplines. But there one concept of social science is there. Even not only for student project scheme, but also small mini projects, scientists, in various programs are there in council. I received only few applications, even for the research funding. Some 3 lakhs to 5 lakhs we are giving. Because the problem is, you are all not thinking of you are all social scientists. Most of the people didn't apply most of the program. But I received only few applications. There you can see the people from engineers and other technologies, other scientists, they occupied all your positions. They got all projects. So then, whenever we are going out in regional wise, we are having a lot of programs, especially intellectual property rights. Our council is very strongly propagating this particular aspects. This is need of the hour to our, not only our TamilNadu, but the whole India it is there. So whenever I am going, I am also telling, you are all scientists, you please apply all the projects. And also one more secret I want to tell. Why your people are calling me, you know that? Your institution, should get more and more projects, more and more researchers. That is the background of their secrecy. But I am meant for all institutions, not only this particular St. Joseph. I think this forum, this particular seminar hall is comprising lot of various scientists and various particular participants from other colleges. This is a very good forum for me to propagate our council. So you see, when I was studying in the 9th standard or 10th standard, my mathematics thesis is MA graduate only. Most of the people were MA graduates, that is arts, Master of Arts. But afterwards, slowly it is divided into arts and science. And even if you enter into some IITs or somewhere in those who are dominating in engineers, all these scientist fellows are all very poor. They are all having their inner feeling complex, inferiority complex. There is also a tug of war between engineers and scientists. The same way in arts and science college also, they are all scientists, we are all arts. This is happening. But the main thing is, whatever projects we want to take it up, whatever inventions, whatever industrial revolution, first we want to have the statistical data. That is, survey is very much important. That is spatial data and so many things are there. There you are there. You have to do lot of work. Even for our council also we require some data, finding out some data. And here also I want to tell, whenever you are applying some projects, you don't worry about that you should go to NASA or you should go to space or something like that. You just find out in and around your college, in and around your native, in and around your city, what is happening, what are all the banning issues. You first concentrate on that. You apply your mind, whether it requires some data or some statistical innovations. These are all things very important. Then only the research and everything will come out. So if you do that, even that water, environmental statistics, all these things are very important to take up the research. That's why I am just insisting you don't worry about that. Even you can also compete with all scientists and engineers, those who are all taking up some projects. This is I want to tell. Now we are getting more number of projects in the discipline of social science. Now we are not allowing to give the projects to others. Because when the projects were not there, definitely we have to find out some good people, those who are all taking up the work. This is the secrecy. And as already mentioned, our professor and a person who read about my biodata, you see, the biodata is not important things. Whatever we are doing the work, you have to vibrate. You have to be sincere. That is very important. We should not bias with various other things. We should concentrate more and more. Our TamilNadu should be in first in all aspects. I want to tell one small example. Before April, our TamilNadu stands second in patents and geographical indications. Whenever I went to some regional aspects, some seminar or conference, even last December and January, definitely we will come first in, second in GA. But first in GA. The same thing happened in the month of April. Our TamilNadu become first in GA, geographical. The main aspect is we are also conducting various task force in different places, and we have established 30 patent cells in TamilNadu. Most of our state universities and those who are all doing good work, we are given a IP cell, nearly some 30 we crossed. You see, these aspects we worked hard. In 32 council in India, they have selected, that is DSC, TIFAC selected 4 councillors excellent. That is one among our TamilNadu. We are in excellent state. For that, we got 52 lakhs every year. We are also recruiting 2 more scientists, that is project assistant, project scientists. Why I am telling this one is, You see, whenever you want to produce pattern or design and development and the logo of your college or some entrepreneurial aspects, you come across various innovation, digital India, entrepreneurship development, all these things. Mainly you are having the intellectual property rights for that. You have to approach some patent agents, some attorneys. They will charge you some 20,000, 30,000, 40,000 like that. If you have any problem, you don't worry about that. Whatever innovation is there, you just simply go to our website, download application, fill it up everything, send it to us. We will take care. You need not pay any attorney fees. Very freely we will do your job, and just you try to get more and more patterns, designs and industrial designs, whatever it is available, you just try it out and get it more and more. And one more secrecy, whatever we are having the programs, your college management, your principal, your faculty members are very much interested to take up this task. Why? Because most of our program, if you complete in your campus, you will get a good score in NIR. In NAC, there is lot of facilities available. If you collaborate with our council and do the program, that is one thing. That is why we could be able to conduct nearly some 15 academic programs from our council, and we are all doing excellently with the cooperation of various institutions in our TamilNadu. So this is another interesting thing. So whatever program is there, you just keep in touch with the council. And one more thing, most of our scientists, our faculty members, they got simply getting that SPS student project scheme, final year students. Anyhow, you have to complete, take it up the project, these particular things for getting your degree. So that your faculty member also should work properly, guide properly you to get mark and complete your process, so that they will award a degree. In that process, our mentor, they are all getting some experience. You forget about St. Joseph. Even in remote areas, some schools, some colleges are there. We are simply giving one or two projects. They are also having a flavor of doing some research activities. And after that, our council are also giving a small mini project, S&D project. There also people are applying, they are getting. And by getting this particular small project, even 1 lakh to 5 lakh, what experience they are getting, with the help of the experience, they are applying DST, DBT and other funding organizations. They are all getting crores and crores of rupees. Even through our council, lot of institutions got this particular concept. And I want to tell one example. The Professor Rajendran from PSG, that is microbiology professor, he is also the expert in DBT, that is star DBT star that you are also getting. For that he is the expert. He got the small project from our council, and he got a mini project, and he got a major project from DST. When I took up the charge in the year 2017, I was the reviewer, and once again he got 1.7 crores for establishing very good, that is some what you can call the solid waste management, that is Tirupur and Coimbatore Erode area. That problem was there. He attacked that particular concept. He got a very good funding mechanism. The same way, one person from SRM University, he got in some nearly 4 lakhs in Corona period, that is 2019-20. Before completing this particular project, he applied for the mobility of e-vehicle and some development of infrastructure development. He got 14 crores. He is developing separate one wing for EV vehicle and mobility structure. Right now he has selected nearly some 10 to 15 research scholars, scientists, like that it is going on. So you don't miss this bus. You also contact not only our council but also various funding agencies, and there is funds are flooded with various places. You please approach correct with your concept. Definitely you will get some sort of this thing. It is a honor to address the gathering in this prestigious institution. It was here in this college and the same corridors the dream of Vision 2020 through digital inclusivity was seen by our former President of India and Bharat Ratna, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam sir. This is my first visit this college, but wherever I am going, I am just recollecting, remembering of our Dr. Abdul Kalam ji, telling how he studied here in the BSc and what are all the professors helped him to complete the process. Digital India, a visionary initiative launched by our government, has set India on a transformative journey. It envisions an empowered and connected India where digital technology acts as an enabler for progress and prosperity. Over the years, we have witnessed the remarkable strides made in various sectors, bringing us closer to the goal of inclusive development. Digital India consists of three core components of creation of digital infrastructure, delivery of services digitally, and digital literacy. Digital India is not only transforming India, but also helping to achieve the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals Agenda 2030. That is SDG goals everywhere we are talking, and your conference, your seminar also dealt with all these things. One of the cornerstones of Digital India is bridging the digital divide. The initiative recognizes that access to technology is essential for individuals and the communities to thrive in the digital era. Through the ambitious BharatNet projects, rural areas are being connected with the high-speed internet, ensuring that the benefits of the digital revolution reach every corner of our country. By providing access to information, education, and e-governance services, Digital India is empowering citizens and breaking down barriers to opportunity. The digital economy, which encompasses e-commerce, online services, and digital entrepreneurship, has witnessed the exponential growth in recent years. India's thriving startup ecosystem, nurtured by supportive policies and initiatives like Startup India, has created a wave of innovation, fostering job creation and economic growth. By leveraging technology and digital platforms, entrepreneurs are revolutionizing industries from healthcare and agriculture to finance and education. Digital literacy plays a crucial role in the transformation. Digital India recognizes the importance of equipping citizens with the skills and knowledge needed to participate fully in the digital age. Initiatives such as National Digital Literacy Mission are empowering individuals, particularly women and marginalized communities with the digital literacy skills, enabling them to access opportunities and enhance their livelihoods. This inclusive approach ensures that no one is left behind in the digital revolution. Furthermore, Digital India is driving efficiency and transparency in governance through initiatives like digital payments, Aadhaar and e-governance platforms. The adoption of digital payment system has reduced cash transactions and enhanced financial inclusion, while Aadhaar has revolutionized the identification and the service delivery. These digital tools not only promote convenience and efficiency, but also contribute to the sustainable development of our nation. However, as we celebrate the achievements of Digital India, we must also be mindful of the challenges that lie ahead. Ensuring cyber security, protecting personal data, and addressing the digital divide in remote areas remain critical costs. We must continue to invest in digital infrastructure, promote digital literacy, and foster an ecosystem that nurtures innovation and entrepreneurship. The progress of Digital India towards inclusive fulfillment for sustainable development in the digital economy holds immense importance in today's world. Here are some key reasons why inclusive development. I don't want to explain deep because for the last 2 days you were flooded with all this information, and especially digital economy and access various opportunities such as education, healthcare, employment and e-governance services, and also economic growth and employment and access to information and services. Digital India promotes the democratization of information and services by leveraging technology. Though digital platform, citizens can access a wide range of information, educational resources and public services. This empowers individuals to make informed decisions, enhance transparency in governance and strengthens citizen governance interaction. Moreover, it reduces bureaucracy, enhances efficiency and enables faster delivery of services, leading to overall socio-economic development. Digital literacy and skill development in this digital age, digital literacy has become a vital skill for individuals to thrive and actively participate in society. By providing training awareness programs, it ensures that people can use digital technologies effectively, thereby empowering them to seize opportunities, enhance employability and adapt to a rapidly evolving digital economy. That is sustainable development, that is also the parameters which is worldwide people are taking up. Digital India contributes to sustainable development by promoting digital solutions for various sectors including agriculture, healthcare, energy and transportation. By leveraging technology and data analytics, it enables smarter resource management, efficient service delivery and optimized decision making. This helps in minimizing environmental impact, promoting sustainable practices and achieving the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, that is SDGs. Digital security and privacy, that is also everybody knows that even whatever we are having the contract system, you have to protect that. Cyber security is also important. In conclusion, the progress of Digital India towards inclusive fulfillment for sustainable development in the digital economy is of most important. It empowers citizens, drives economic growth, promotes inclusivity and contributes to sustainable practices. By leveraging digital technologies and ensuring equal access, we can create a future where every individual has the opportunity to prosper and contribute to India's development. As responsible digital citizens, let us embrace the opportunities and the responsibilities that come with the digital age. Let us leverage technology for the greater good, leaving no one behind and creating a society that thrives on inclusivity, innovation and sustainable development. Whatever we are doing, taking up, even in NIR, your associate professor told me, sir, we are 25th rank in NIR. Then immediately I asked, you are 25th, but your Lyra is 5th. Did you compare? Why Lyra is having 5th rank and St. Joseph is having 25th? You people should do some exercise, do some work. Whatever we are doing, more and more work, if your documentation is not proper, then there is no meaning. This is also happened. Even in digital era, everything is clearly watched. But even that, if your documentation and if your literature searching, survey and whatever you are doing, it should be put it in proper system, then only you will get a system. You will get achieve in number one. That is also very important. Very simply, that student ratio and the researchers ratio, what are the projects you are getting, what are the publications, all those things are very important. And I think with this, definitely you will get a very good access to our digital India. And one more thing, final, I want to tell, whatever we are having with the Android system and the digitalization, you should take it up in a right street, in right direction. That is very, very important. Earlier we are advising students. Now we have to advise parents, teachers. You see WhatsApp and all those things, how spoiling our time. So you should think it. And the people are telling this Android phone also go up. Another digital era will come. But wherever the interesting things are there, always the negativity is there. We have to teach properly to the students. We should also act accordingly to develop our India. That is very important. I hope you all had a great brainstorming experience in the seminar and take its fruitful outcome further for personal and national growth. Thank you, and may the digital revolution usher in a new era of progress for our great nation. Thank you. Thank you.
Today we had an opportunity to hear your thoughts and experiences in the field of research and technologies. This will surely be going to encourage us in our future events, including NIRF. Thank you, sir. We request the participants to give feedback on today's national seminar. So request voluntarily to come and give feedback.
Pleasant evening to one and all gathered here. This is Monica from Government Arts and Science College, and I am not new here. I actually attend all the conferences and seminar which is conducted by St. Joseph's College, and I have been attending this seminar for last 2 days, and I found this meeting a very informative and helpful one, and I feel very grateful to be a part of this seminar. I have personally learned a lot of new things and insights from this seminar, and about the digitalization and the AI information, what are their do's and don'ts, and all have been explained very clearly, and importantly how we could improve ourselves personally with the help of AI and all. And thank you for this opportunity, and the hospitality is very good, and thank you for the organizing committee, and thank you so much. Thank you.
Good evening, respected dignitaries, respected professors, and all the audience gathered here. First and foremost, I thank the college management, especially PG and Research Department of Commerce, for arranging and organizing this insightful session. Thank you, sir. Basically, this was the first seminar which I am attending. I found it very helpful and useful. All the eminent speakers who handled the sessions gave the full knowledge and depth knowledge about all the topics we handled, and it was useful for us to understand and get ourselves adapted to the digital technology and digital era which we are facing now. On my own preference, I liked and was inspired and motivated by the session 3 where we were told about the startups. So thank you very much, sir. It was a great opportunity.
Good evening everyone. I am Ardha Devi, PhD scholar from Avinash Lingam Institute for Home Science and Higher Education for Women, Coimbatore. First of all, on behalf of all the participants, paper presenters, the staff members who have accompanied the students, I would like to thank Baston sir for organizing this excellent 2 days national seminar on the recent trending topic. The topic covered the impact, prospects and challenges, the SDG goals and trends, development of ICT tools, the sufficiency and the need for digital economy, and also with the add-on of digital skills and deliverance, which was a fully packed of knowledge. We just carried a bag of knowledge for all these 2 days, and also I would like to thank the institution for supporting the department for organizing these kind of seminars. So and also I request the organizing team to provide more opportunities for scholars like us. And Srinivasan sir, thank you so much for your inputs in the vanity session, and you rightly coined the term like social scientist. It was really like power gain for me personally, because we can also become a future entrepreneurs through government fundings. Thank you so much the organizing team, and As my co-participants said before, the food, hospitality, everything was great and we felt very warm. Thank you so much.
I'm Surya, PhD research scholar in Gandhigram. Thank you for golden opportunity for Generous College and Department of PG Research and Commerce Department. Thank you, sir. So first of all, I thank you for guest faculty in excellent. So research person also the various different state or different topic of digital in India. So digital India is covered for uptake software in 2023, ICTC and ITU and AI and smart healthcare systems and entrepreneur and entrepreneurship and etc. So thank you so much, sir.
Good evening to one and all gathered here. I am Kavita, working as Assistant Professor of Commerce in Kandasamy Kandals College. It's in Paramati Velur in Namakkal district. I extremely thank the organizers of this national seminar. In fact, for any ICSR sponsored conferences, we have never failed for an invitation by this esteemed institution, and I thank the organizers for having given us this golden opportunity. And the hospitality is always very good, and in fact the topic also is very trending topic, and almost all aspects of digitalization has been covered in these 2 days. And I was greatly impressed by Dr. Vimal Gerald's session, who was very interesting in sharing information about the digital technology prospects and challenges. We hope to participate in a lot more conferences and seminars organized by this great institution. Thank you for this opportunity, sir.
I am Emmanuel J, research scholar from Fatima National College, Kollam, Kerala. Having attended the conference for the last 2 days, it was really interesting and enlightening sessions I have witnessed here. All the faculties and speakers here, they spread the knowledge about the digitalization and the sustainable development goals here. I am actually researching in the topic Bitcoin and its impacts on the economy. When I reach here, I hear a lot of sessions about the digitalization happening in India. The world is going to a digitalized era. Everything is going digital. When we looking into the currency we are using, it's now digital currency. RB recently introduced digital rupee. So everything is going digital. So the importance of the theme of this today national seminar is very relevant now. So I would like to thank all the faculties and the eminent personalities in this institution for organizing such a wonderful session. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thankfulness is a meaning of gratitude. Gratitude is a completion of thankfulness. Thankfulness may consist merely of words. May I now call upon Dr. V. Passenger, Department of Commerce, St. Joseph College, to propose a vote of thanks.
Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. R. Srinivasan, Member Secretary, TamilNadu State Council for Science and Technology, Chennai, Tamil Nadu, India. Esteemed Reverend Father Hector, admired Reverend Dr. K. Amal, Secretary, St. Joseph's College, Trichy. Respected Principal Reverend Father M. R. Kisrani Xavier, son of the soil, true academician Dr. K. Kumar, Principal, National College, Trichy, Tamil. Respected Dr. D. Sukumar, Principal, Care College, Trichy. Our beloved head of the department, Dr. F. R. Alexander Provin Sir. Respected Dr. K. Alex, Controller of Examinations. Respected Dr. M. Julius Caesar, Dean, School of Management Studies. The organizing secretary of this ICSR newly sponsored national seminar, Dr. S. Aruldas. Our most valued invited guests from academic institutions, teaching fraternity from various colleges. My dear press people, good evening. Thank you is such a prayer that cannot be seen or touched. It must be felt by the heart. It's my privilege to have been asked to propose a vote of thanks on this occasion. First and foremost, I sincerely thank ICSSR New Delhi for approving my national seminar proposal and considering it the need of the hour by sanctioning and honoring. Thanks to Director ICSSR New Delhi. It's a great honor and privilege to thank our Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. R. Srinivasan, Member Secretary, TamilNadu State Council for Science and Technology, Chennai, TamilNadu, India. Last year, I mailed him and contacted him to inaugurate the national seminar on impact of COVID-19 on the Indian economy, labor and marginalized people. Somehow he was busy, he assured me for the next seminar. This year, I strongly requested him and told him to be the chief guest to deliver the valedictory address to this ICSSR legally sponsored 2-day national seminar, and he has accepted our invitations without any hesitations. When I asked him for accommodation and travel, he replied, "Yes sir, I will be there at 2 p.m. in St. Joseph's College." Such a simple person and unassuming person. On behalf of the JCP management, staff and students of the Department of Commerce, I extend warm greeting and thanks to you sir for kindly accepting our invitation and gracing the valedictory function. We will receive all success in his endeavors. Thank you sir for your presence and homecoming. We are very grateful to our college JCP management, the administrators, Reverend Father Rector, Reverend Father Secretary and Reverend Father Principal for their blessings and source of brainwave on our campus. Thank you fathers. We extend our sincere thanks to our college secretary, Reverend Dr. K. Amal S.J., who is an inspirational personality to all of us, with a lot of dedication and zeal to better our college and students. Thank you, Father. We extend our gratitude to our college principal, Reverend Dr. M. Argasamy Xavier, for his presidential, for his felicitation address, and we are all inspired by you, by your great words, Father. Thank you, Father. I would like to thank our beloved head of the department, Dr. F.R. Alexander Praveen Durai, a well-known academician of the modern world. He is a man of action. He always conforms perfection and unassuming personality. He is a great orator, speaker and scientific thinker. Thank you, sir. It's not I, we. From the bottom of my heart, I greatly acknowledge the organizing secretary of this national seminar, Dr. S. Arivas, known for his meticulousness and humbleness. He always inspires me with his words, "Yes, we will do it." Last academic year, we both organized 3 seminars, one is international and other 2 national level. And this is only a big opening with the national seminar sponsored by ICSSR New Delhi. He played the role of organizing secretary. Thank you, sir, for your pleasant memories of working together. Thank you, sir. We wholeheartedly acknowledge your fruitful contribution to this seminar. You made it success. Thank you, sir. My special thanks to all the professors of the Department of Commerce. They supported me in all possible manner. Thank you, professors. I thank all eminent speakers and honorable delegates for their enthusiastic participation in this national seminar. I sincerely thank Chief Guest for the inaugural function, Dr. Suresh Prasad, former Vice Chancellor of Himalayan University, former Vice Chancellor of Veer Kulwar University, Bihar. Dr. Arunachalam, Emeritus Professor, Department of Applied Economics, Cochin University, and our Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. R. Srinivasan, Member Secretary, TamilNadu State Council for Science and Technology. Dr. M. Balasubramanian, Center for Ecological Economics and Natural Resources, Bengaluru. Reverend Dr. K. Arukyam S.J., St. Joseph's College, Trichy. Mr. Sujay Pillai, My Governance Ambassador, Tiruchirappalli. Dr. A. Vimal Gerard, St. Joseph's College, Tiruchirappalli. Dr. S. Joseph Sylvia, Verimala College of Arts and Science, Delhi, Dr. Royal Edward Williams, Sakaraya College, Tirupattur, Dr. Nandraj, Associate Professor and Head, Bishop River College, Dr. Dhyalarajan, Assistant Professor and Head, Alagappa Government Arts College, Karaikudi, Dr. S. Daswitharam, St. Joseph's College, Trichy, Dr. Simika Jesdasan, St. Francis Institute of Management Research, Mumbai, Dr. Debashis Sir, the University of Burdwan, West Bengal, Dr. V.K. Sanjeevi, Indian Telecom Service, Chief General Manager, Chennai, Dr. V. Sivasankar, School of Management Service, Pondicherry University, Dr. K. Kumar, Principal, National College, Tiruchirappalli, Dr. D. Sukumar, Principal, Care College of Arts and Science, Tiruchirappalli, and Dr. M. Sotin, Associate Professor and Head, Department of Economics, St. Joseph's College, all brave this seminar a Himalayan grand success. With folded hands, thank you one and all. I take this opportunity to thank all the reviewers and technical committee members for providing their valuable comments in time and helping towards the improvement of the quality of papers presented in the national seminar. I thank the participants from various colleges. I read the list from Arindarana Government Arts College, Musiri, Irudaya College for Women, Kumbakonam, ST Hindu College, Nagarkoli, Holy Cross College, Trichy, Annamalai University, Dr. NGP Arts and Science College, Coimbatore, Government Arts College, Coimbatore, Delaware College of Engineering Technology, CAD College, Trichy, Kongu Arts and Science College, Jamal Mohammed College, Ramakrishna College of Arts and Science, Coimbatore, Thandai Periyar Government Arts College, Avinasilingam Institute for Home Science and Higher Education, Swami Dayananda College, Tiruvarur, Bishop River College, Trichy, Kandasamy Kanada College, Pondicherry University, Ayman College of Arts and Science, Tirumala Nadu College, National College, Gandhigram Road Institute, the New College Chennai, SRC College, Sacred College, Tirupattur, Mother Teresa College and Science, Delhi. There are 400 participants registered for the seminar, excluding our college students. The list is available in the registration counter. My sincere thanks to the technical team, networking team, headed by Reverend Dr. Sandhya S.J., the coordinator of JCICT, and Dr. Ronald Martin, Web Administrator, Dr. Mr. Rosario, Web Administrator, Mr. Palani, Mr. David Kumar, System Administrators, Mr. Mohan Raj, Programmer, and Wisdom Department staff members for visualizing and live telecasting the national seminar to the entire world. Thank you, sir. I thank Dr. Dennis Fernando and Dr. Salaraj Alexander for their Master of Ceremony. I thank Dr. Anthony J. Raja for introducing the chief guest in an extraordinary way. Thank you very much, sir. I sincerely thank Dr. Vinod Kumar, Assistant Professor Thomas, St. Joseph's College, for his meticulous work in paper presentation and administration for online paper presenters. In a special way, I thank the student volunteers who have been the backbone of this seminar. Thank you for your dedication and generosity. I thank Mr. Valamani Anna for his sound system and light system. Marvelously and beautifully witnessed the success of the program. Thank you, Anna. Finally, I thank the press media people who are witnessing the success of this program through their wide coverage. Thank you, Anna. Thank you.
Dr. Jerome, you made all that happen. You are responsible on behalf of the college and the management, and on behalf of department, we very warmly and sincerely thank you. On behalf of the department, we want to honor Dr. Bastian Jerome in two ways, through clap of hands and also by honoring with a shout. I request the chief guest and for secretary to honor Dr. Bastian Jerome. Please. For the secretary will honor Dr. Arulda. Thank you everyone.
We want to honor our Velamani Anna for his dedicated work. அண்ணன் அவர்களை அன்புடன் அழைக்கின்றேன். மேடைக்கு வருமாறு. தந்தை அருள் தந்தை சேகரிப்பாளர் அவர்கள் அவர்களை கௌரவிக்கிறார். Now I call upon Dr. Tiruchirappalli to come on the stage. May I request our chief guest to honor Dr. D. Sukumar, who was the chairperson for the paper presentation.
It is the time to appreciate and honor the best paper presenter. K. Visalaswara Ruba, Assistant Professor of Commerce, Swami Dayananda College. G. Pavitra, Swami Dayananda College. Niveda Care College Business School. Niveda Care Business School. Niveda Boys Care Business School. Harigaran Care Business School. Kalishwari Research Scholar, Bharatiyar University. Ajita Research Scholar, Bharatiyar University. Cyril Care College of Arts and Science. I request any one of the students from CAT College to collect your certificates. National College. Care College of Arts and Science. Alagappa Government Arts College.
Alagappa Government Arts College. இல்லை அடுத்து
சார் சர்டிஃபிகேட் கேட்டுருக்கு நெக்ஸ்ட் ஒன் சார்
Sri Ramakrishna College of Arts and Science. Care College of Engineering. Jayaraj Annavakyam College for Women. Jayaraj Annavakyam College for Women. So remaining colleges can collect your certificates from the desk of registration. Thank you.
Nehru Institute of College.
Nehru Institute of Technology. Nehru College. Nehru College.
Nehru Institute of Technology.
Sir, Nehru College.
Nehru Institute of Technology.
Sir, invitation is there. Invitation.
Thank you, dignitaries. I request all the participants to stand up for national anthem.
Ramakrishna College.
Invitation இருக்கலாமா? ஏமா இன்விடேஷன் இருக்கா போட்டு?
ஏய் சர்டிஃபிகேட் இஷ்யூ பண்ணும்போது அங்கே எந்த பேப்பர்ஸ்லாம் கூட இருக்கு. அவ்வளோதானா?
இந்தாம்மா.
பேக்ல போடுங்க.
ஏன் காலேஜ்?
என்ன காலேஜ்? நாங்கள் டெஸ்கில் முன்னாடி ஃப்ரண்ட்டில் ஆமாம்
இந்த இல்லையா?
நான் இங்கே இல்லை இந்த நியூ காலேஜ் முன்னாடி தான் சார் முன்னாடி தான் ரெஜிஸ்ட்ரேஷன் டெஸ்கில் தான் ப்ரெசென்ட் பண்ணவங்களுக்கு
இங்கே வா.
ஆர்டிகல் வந்து ரெஜிஸ்டர் பண்ணியிருந்தாங்க. ஸோ அவங்க சர்டிஃபிகேட் போட்டாச்சு.
இதை கொடுத்துருங்க. இதுகளெல்லாம் எடுத்து டிபார்ட்மெண்ட் ஆச்சு. இது யாருமா? இது ஆன்மா.
வேறாடா வேலை முடிஞ்சுக்கடா அவ்வளோதான். இல்லை இதெல்லாம் பண்ணுங்க, இந்த மாதிரி விஷயங்கள்லாம் பண்ணுங்க. ஏன்னா நீங்கள் சீஃப் கெஸ்ட் அது எதோட கொடுத்து விட அவர்கிட்ட கொடுத்துடணும். சீஃப் கெஸ்ட்டுக்கு அது எக்ஸஸ் நான் சர்டிஃபிகேட் எடுத்துகிட்டு போயிருவேன். இப்போ ரெண்டாவது இந்த கட்டை பற்றி நான் வச்சுருக்கேன். உங்கள்கிட்ட எம்டி கட்டை கீழே கிடந்துச்சு. ஐ யூஸ் இட் ஃபார் மை நல்லது நல்லது வேஸ்ட்டாக இருக்கிறது. போயிடலாம். இது ஆனில் ஓடிட்டு அது
என்ன வேணும் போட்டோ இருக்குமா தப்பு போட்டோ இருக்குமா கிளாஸ் இருக்குமா
அவங்க என்ன சொன்னாங்கன்னா அங்கே கொண்டு வந்துட்டோம்
சாப்பிடுங்கம்மா
இதுவா நம்ம தான் டீமு நான் பாத்துக்கிறேன் 7 மணிக்கு மேல போகும்போது அவர் கால் ஒயிட்ல கொஞ்சம் பத்திரமா போ அதுக்கு வீடு
ஏறுங்க.
ஃபங்க்ஷன் முடிஞ்சிருச்சா முடிஞ்சிருச்சா ஃபங்க்ஷன் முடிஞ்சிருச்சான்னு கேட்டேன்